right then. Sometimes leaving is the only revenge left. My name is Greg Johnson, and I am 28 years old. I recently got married again, this time to the same woman. My wife is Katie Johnson, who is also 28. She has been the love of my life since we met 10 years ago when we both started college. We got married when we were 22, divorced at 25, but let me tell you our story from the beginning. The first time I saw Katie was as I walked to the college library. I was struck by how beautiful she was. She's about 5 feet 6 inches tall, with wavy light brown hair. Katie has a fit figure and a lovely tan, and her bright smile lights up her face. I was crossing the path in front of her and 2 of her friends when she looked up and caught my gaze. It was a surprising moment for me, just from the look in her eyes. She smiled at me as she walked by, and I felt frozen in place, watching her leave. Then, to my surprise, she turned back and smiled again, making me feel like I was glowing inside. Looking back, that was when I knew I had feelings for her. At that moment, I didn't know much about her name, her favorite movies, or anything else that makes someone unique. Yet I was drawn to her in a way I had never experienced before. I am 6 feet tall and have an athletic build. I've been told that I'm good-looking, and I'll take that compliment. Since it was the start of a new semester, every class was another chance to meet new people and hopefully make some friends. The college is near the town where I grew up, so I saw a few familiar faces, but none that I knew well enough to be close friends with. My best friend from childhood was named John. He decided not to go to college and instead chose an apprenticeship in construction. I was majoring in engineering, focusing on subjects that aligned with that path. One of the classes I chose for extra credits was philosophy. I still don't know why I picked it, since it didn't really connect with my engineering major. But I was glad I did, because when I walked into the lecture room that morning, there she was, Katie, the girl I had thought about the day before. She was sitting alone without her 2 friends. As soon as she saw me, she gave me a bright smile. I tried my best to walk over to her calmly and confidently. "Do you mind if I sit here?" I asked, pointing to the chair next to her. "No, not at all," she said, moving her bag from the empty seat. "I'm Greg, by the way," I introduced myself. "I'm Katie. Nice to meet you," she replied. Even her voice was nice, soft and warm. I wanted to play it cool during the class. I didn't want to start talking too soon and seem pushy or awkward. "Have you read much about this topic?" Katie whispered to me as the lecturer kept talking about something I wasn't really following. I was too busy thinking about her. I raised my eyebrows as if to ask her a question. "It's been half an hour and you haven't taken any notes," she said with a smile. "I thought maybe you'd summarize it for me after class over coffee," I replied, trying to sound casual while asking her out. Katie laughed quietly and gave me that playful smile again. "You don't waste any time, do you?" she teased. I just smiled back and shrugged. "All right, we can grab a coffee before the next class, but you're buying," she said. We ended up missing our next lecture because we got so into our conversation and learning about each other. Katie was really smart, confident, and had a great sense of humor. Her humor was often dry and sarcastic, but never hurtful, just a bit cheeky. I found myself captivated by her. We talked about movies, games, and music. I mentioned I was on a bit of a 60s and 70s kick on Spotify, especially enjoying the Rolling Stones and CCR. To my surprise, Katie quickly named "Gimme Shelter" and "Up Around the Bend" as 2 of her favorite songs by them. I was impressed. She asked about my engineering major and seemed genuinely interested. I discovered she was studying law and thinking about contract law, although she wasn't sure which area of law suited her best. When we decided we should get to class, Katie took the lead and asked me out for the following Friday night. As I walked to the next class, I felt a flutter of excitement. It felt like I was falling for her after just an hour of talking. That Friday, we met at the campus bar, which served non-alcoholic drinks, where people could dance and enjoy live music. Katie looked amazing. I hadn't seen her at all that day until I walked into the bar. She came over, took my arm, and led me back to her table. Katie introduced me to 2 of her friends, Jane and Sky, who I recognized from earlier in the week. I learned that the 3 of them had just met at college that week. I enjoyed talking with them and saw Katie relaxed and happy with her friends. Her laughter and playful teasing made me smile. I found myself sneaking glances at her when I thought no one was looking, just to see her smile or hear her laugh. Several times, Katie caught my eye and would return my gaze with a knowing look and a sweet smile. After we left the bar and were walking back to the dorms, Katie reached for my hand, and we held hands until we reached her dorm building. We stood there facing each other, still holding hands. I really had a great time tonight, Greg. I was looking into her eyes, feeling lost in them, and realized I needed to respond. I did too, Katie. I really liked being with you. Would you like? Before I could finish, Katie leaned in and kissed me softly at first, then followed up with a deeper kiss. Wow. I didn't mean to say that out loud, but it slipped out. Katie gave me a playful smile and giggled. I felt breathless and giddy like a teenager on their first date. Would you like? Katie repeated my words with a teasing tone. To be my boyfriend? To be together? Yes, absolutely. You don't waste any time, do you? I replied, echoing what she had told me the first time I asked her out for coffee. Not when I know what I want. By the way, what's your last name? I started to laugh, realizing we were now boyfriend and girlfriend without knowing each other's last names. We were moving fast. Johnson, Greg Johnson. Schaffer, Katie Schaffer. Nice to meet you, Mr. Johnson. With that, I leaned in to kiss Katie again, wrapping my arms around her. She smelled really nice. After our first date that Friday, we felt almost inseparable, trying to spend every moment between classes and after to be together. Since we both stayed in dorms on campus, it was a bit tricky at first because there were rules about guests being allowed in rooms at night. But one morning, in our second week as a couple, we decided to skip a class together. Up until that point, my only experiences were with 2 brief relationships in high school. Katie shared that she had also only been with 2 guys in her high school years, so we were definitely on the same page. We met outside her dorm and went into her room together. The room was set up the same way as my old dorm room, 2 single beds, 2 desks, 2 cupboards, and 2 wardrobes. Katie shared her room with a girl she hardly ever saw, and her friends Jane and Sky were right next door. Katie turned to me with a grin. We don't have a lot of time. Shall we get started? She asked. I followed her to her side of the room and we stood facing each other. She leaned in and hugged me tightly, our kiss filled with a sudden energy. It felt more intense than before, as if we both couldn't wait another second. After a while, she took my hand and we looked at each other, our faces lit with excitement and joy. Greg and Katie shared a quiet moment in her room, both of them caught up in the warmth and joy of being close. They looked into each other's eyes, feeling the depth of their connection. Katie smiled, her eyes shining with excitement, and motioned for Greg to sit beside her on the bed. They held hands, laughing softly, each feeling the happiness of being together. Time felt like it slowed as they talked, shared their dreams, and learned more about each other. Greg felt a deep sense of calm and closeness, a quiet happiness as he rested next to her, both feeling grateful for this simple, joyful moment. Katie surprised me by playfully nipping at my lower lip while looking deep into my eyes. Just as I felt an overwhelming rush of emotions, she released my lip and kissed me with a powerful passion that I've never felt before. It was as if her kiss was trying to capture that moment we shared. As I began to relax, her kisses became softer and more tender. She slowly loosened her grip around me, and we lay together for a few minutes, enjoying the warmth and comfort of each other. Then she glanced at the clock. "Oh, no! We'll be late for the next lecture if we don't hurry," she exclaimed. "Honestly, right now I can't think about anything else. I won't be able to focus for the rest of the day," I replied. "Really? What's on your mind, then?" "You. This moment. It felt incredible. That was the best experience I've ever had." "I'm glad our first time together was so special for you, Mr. Johnson. Thank you, Katie Schaffer. This truly was something special." As we continued through college, our relationship grew in both intensity and frequency. For the first 2 years, we had to be careful, sneaking in moments of affection whenever we could. Sometimes we found ourselves in public, surrounded by others. In our 3rd year, we moved off campus to share apartments in town. Katie lived with her friends Jane and Sky, while I lived with my friends Billy and Mark. This change allowed us to enjoy more private and meaningful time together, spending long afternoons talking and sharing our closeness, only taking breaks for drinks or to use the bathroom. Early in our 4th and final year at college, at just 21 years old, We got engaged. We couldn't imagine a future without each other. I planned a special proposal, taking Katie to Margaret's, the finest restaurant around. I reserved a cozy table in the back, and while she was looking at the menu, I surprised her by getting down on one knee with the engagement ring. Katie was so moved that she began to cry happy tears and said, "Yes," expressing her deep love for me. By then, I had fallen deeply in love with Katie, too. It felt like we were two halves of the same whole. Our relationship was anything but dull. I always found our talks fun and exciting. Katie's laughter and playful sense of humor were wonderful, but the small, silly things we shared meant the most to me. We had little moments that belonged to just us. One of my favorites was when Katie would sneak up behind me, cover my eyes, and say, "Guess who?" I would give silly guesses, and each time she guessed wrong, Katie would give my head a playful kiss. I would finally ask, "Mrs. Johnson?" Then she would uncover my eyes, smile big, and say, "Correct, Mr. Johnson," before planting a sweet kiss on my lips. Just after finishing college, we got married. We were both 22 and excited to find our own apartment once we started our jobs. For a while, we lived at Katie's mom's house. Katie was her mom's only child since her dad had passed away when she was a baby. We took the bedroom on the opposite side of the house so we could enjoy our time together without worrying. Soon after, we got jobs Katie as a paralegal, and I began as an engineering trainee at the same construction company where my best friend John worked. I mostly worked in the office, not on site with John, who was now a qualified tradesman. Our paychecks weren't much, but we knew we had to start somewhere. A few months later, we got our first apartment. It had 2 bedrooms and was close to Katie's mom's house. This time was special. It was our own space where we could do what we wanted. I loved watching Katie fall asleep on my chest while we watched TV, or waking up to find her wandering around the apartment in search of a clean coffee cup. We had our private times for sure, but what I really cherished were the chats, the laughter, and the playfulness between us. We tried to go out for dinner together a couple of times a week, usually to a nice diner since finer restaurants were still out of our budget. Saturdays became our movie nights, complete with popcorn and sodas at the cinema, while Fridays were spent having fun with our friends. Neither of us drank too much when we went out, so we enjoyed life, even if we were often low on money. Sunday nights were our time to relax on the couch and watch a movie after a home-cooked meal. Afterward, we had our quiet time together, focused more on love than just physical pleasure. On Friday nights, we took turns hanging out with each other's friends. Katie's friends liked to go to clubs, while mine preferred sports bars and old-fashioned pubs. When we went out with Katie's college friends, it usually included Jane and Sky, plus an occasional girlfriend or boyfriend. Simone and Rachel, Katie's best friends from high school, were also often there. When I spent time with my friends, I enjoyed some beers with my best friend John. Other friends like Mark and Billy from college joined us, along with Steve, who was also a work friend of John's. Katie and I had a great relationship, and we were close every day, often meeting several times on weekends. We enjoyed all sorts of affection, and we took our time together. Our moments were passionate, and things always seemed to build up right before the end. I could always please Katie, whether with my hands or my mouth. She often experienced great pleasure, but I wished she could also feel complete satisfaction during our moments together. I tried hard to help her reach that fulfillment, exploring different ways and taking a little longer, but it didn't quite happen as I hoped. We experimented with many different positions, trying to enhance her experiences. I even bought her a special toy, but she could reach her peak that way, rather than during our intimate times together. Katie assured me that she was happy, as she enjoyed her moments of joy during our closeness. Yet, I felt a push to help her find that deep satisfaction during our intimate times. After some time, I learned to let go of that pressure and just enjoy the time we had together without worrying too much about her achieving it. Another concern we faced over the next few months involved her friends on our Friday nights. I often got the sense that Katie's high school friends, Simone and Rachel, weren't too fond of me. Maybe they missed the close bond they had in high school, or perhaps it was just that they didn't like me. Even so, when we were at the club together, it felt like I was invisible. Simone and Rachel didn't include me in their conversations, even when I tried to join in. I talked to Katie about this when we got home. I told her that Simone and Rachel seemed stuck up, or at the very least, rude. However, Katie always brushed it off, saying she didn't think it was that bad. Sky and Jane, Katie's college friends, were fun to hang out with, both at school and on Friday nights. But by the time we were in our second year of marriage, they also started to pay less attention to me when we went out. As a solution, we decided to spend our Friday nights out with friends on our own. This meant I would meet her friends 3 Fridays out of 4, and we would go out together on the 4th one, taking turns with my friends and hers. So I usually only had to see her friends once every couple of months, which worked for me. I trusted Katie to go out on her own with her friends. She always handled any inappropriate attention she received when we went out. I never had to step in and confront anyone because she managed those situations before they escalated. Besides a couple of her high school friends that I didn't click with, everything else between us was great. We enjoyed our chats, cuddle time, and we even started saving money for vacations or a future home. Both of us had moved up in our careers, with Katie now working as a junior contract lawyer and me as an engineer. The extra income made our lives more enjoyable and less stressful. I had just turned 25 and Katie would do the same in a few months. I started thinking about starting a family but wanted Katie to bring it up when she felt ready. I didn't want her to feel pressured since she would be the one carrying the baby. So I dropped a few hints but tried to be subtle. These 3 years of marriage have been wonderful. I didn't see any signs of our relationship cooling off, which I had worried might happen over time. We still enjoyed being intimate and continued our dinner dates as much as before. Nothing had really changed. I was still deeply in love with Katie, and I felt confident that she loved me just as much. We would frequently give each other little touches when passing by in our apartment, or share a warm hug when we were in the kitchen together. No topic was off limits for us. We shared everything and had no secrets. I didn't think much about other women except for a quick glance at an attractive one now and then. I never stared because that didn't feel right. I was just trying to be a decent guy. Sometimes I noticed Katie looking at a good-looking guy too, but like me, it was just a small part of being human. If someone asked me if I was happy, I would say yes without hesitation. I loved my wife, our family, friends, and job. The only thing I wished were better was our money situation since we were still renting. At least we were saving more now. This Friday night was like any other. I met Steve outside an old Irish pub just before 8 p.m. where we were planning to hang out. He was outside having a smoke. "Hi, Steve. Are the others here yet?" "Hey, Greg. Mark and Billy are inside already. John will be here soon. He's picking up his girlfriend on the way." "What girlfriend? I didn't know he was seeing anyone." John had dated many women over the years, but always seemed to prefer being single. Most of the time, his relationships didn't last long, and I thought he was always searching for someone new. He'd never brought a girl to our Friday meetups, so maybe this one was different. "Her name is Shawnee. I haven't met her yet, but it seems serious," Steve said as if he shared my thoughts. "Where were you last Friday? Out with Katie, I guess?" "Yep, just another night of watching the bags while the girls danced. Need a beer?" "Yeah, a pint would be great." I left Steve and went inside. I spotted Mark and Billy and held up my fingers to signal for beers. Billy raised 2 fingers back to me. I returned to the table with 4 pints just in time for John and his new girlfriend to walk in. We stood up to greet them as they approached. "Hey guys, this is Shawnee. Shawnee, this is Steve, my work buddy. Greg, my lifelong best friend. And these are Billy and Mark. Watch out for Mark. He tells the worst jokes. Hi everyone. Nice to finally meet you all. What are you drinking? It's my turn to buy." 2 beers are perfect, Greg." While I was at the bar, I realized that I recognized Shawnee from somewhere. I glanced back at her, hoping to jog my memory. Her face looked familiar, and just then, she looked up at me, smiled, and nodded, as if she remembered me too. But I still couldn't figure out from where. I returned to the table with the drinks, and we started chatting. Shawnee was being asked a lot of questions by the 4 of us. We wanted to know how she met John, what job she had, where she went to school, and if she had any friends. Mark asked if she had friends because it seemed like he had trouble getting dates. Although nothing Shawnee said sparked a memory for me, I felt sure we had met before after talking for about an hour. Our chat changed to football since there was a game on the large screen in the bar. I thought it was a nice night, and I decided not to ask Shawnee where we had met before because I didn't want things to become uncomfortable. John then looked at our drinks. "What are we having? More beer?" We all nodded, and Shawnee offered to help him bring them back. John said it wasn't necessary because he needed to use the restroom first. This pub wasn't ideal, with only 2 stalls and a lot of people. "Give me your card, and I'll get the drinks while you go," I said, and he agreed. I went to the bar and waited for the bartender to notice me. Shawnee walked up next to me. "Are you still trying to remember where you know me from?" she asked. "Am I that obvious?" I chuckled, feeling a bit ungraceful. "I'm a little surprised, though. We have met at least 3 times that I remember." "Really? I recognize your face, but not the name. Shawnee isn't a very common name." "I don't think we were ever really introduced. The girls I was with didn't like talking to you, but I did sit at the same table as you." That clicked. Shawnee must have been with Katie and her friends on those Friday nights at the clubs. "Oh, I remember now. You were part of Katie's group. They were all doing their best to ignore me, weren't they?" "Yes, I'm best friends with Sky. We went to high school together. I don't think Sky wanted to ignore you. She was just trying to keep the peace with Simone and Rachel. Rachel can be difficult. She really didn't want you there. Simone also seemed to follow her lead." "Why would Katie's high school friends feel that way about me? Katie thinks I'm overthinking it." At this moment, Shani looked away, focusing on the wall. I guessed she was unsure how to reply. She glanced towards the table in the men's restroom, probably checking if John was coming back. "You and John are best friends, right?" she asked. "Yep. So if things go well with me and John, I'll be seeing a lot more of you?" "We're like brothers, so yes. You really like John, don't you?" "I do. We've only been together for 3 weeks, but it's been wonderful. He's a special guy." "He truly is," I added. "My last boyfriend and I dated for 2 years. We even lived together for the last 6 months of our relationship. I was curious about where this was heading, but I stayed quiet and let her talk. He was unfaithful most of the time we were together." Okay, this was getting a bit strange. I didn't know Shani well yet, and now she was sharing stories about her ex. I didn't realize until I found him at home one weekday, in our bed with another girl. After we split, someone I thought was my friend came to talk to me. She confessed she knew he was cheating because she was dating one of his friends. My ex would be with them and talking to other girls whenever I wasn't around. She kept quiet because she didn't want to upset her boyfriend. I think she came to me to feel better about not speaking up earlier. That might help her, but it didn't help me at all. I was still confused about how this related to Katie's friends ignoring me, which started this whole conversation. I had learned to be patient when someone needed to share something important. Shani looked around again for John. It seemed he was taking a really long break. Maybe the line was slow tonight. What hurt the most was knowing that people I called friends knew I was being cheated on but chose not to say anything. They just stayed silent while I felt foolish. It was like the last straw. Not only was my boyfriend unfaithful, but none of my friends cared enough to tell me. I sighed. This was clearly a difficult topic for her. I didn't know where it was leading, but I knew it mattered to her. I promised myself that if I were ever in the same position as my friends were, I would tell my friend the truth and not let them be misled. That sounds like the right choice, I added. And that's exactly my problem. I find myself in that position now. Shani looked away, almost as if she didn't want to talk to me anymore. Just then, the bartender arrived and I ordered a round of beers. "Can I ask how this connects to Katie's high school friends ignoring me?" "They don't want you around because there's already another person in their group from high school that you probably haven't met yet, who joins them on Fridays." The surprise on my face encouraged Shani to keep explaining. "I think they hoped that if you felt unwelcome, you would stop going out with Katie, and their friend from high school could keep hanging out with them. Sky and Jane probably ignored you because it felt uncomfortable for them later when you were there." "I still don't understand. Why can't their high school friend come around when I'm there? Why did they want to make me leave? No, I still didn't get it." Shani looked down at the bar, trying to avoid looking at me. The bartender came back with our drinks. "Shani, let's go back to the table and finish this." I started to grab some glasses when Shani spoke up. "No, I can't say this in front of John or the others." "All right, what's going on here? What is she not telling me?" "Since we will probably see each other a lot, and I hope we can be friends, I don't want to start off by hiding things from you. There are some serious secrets, Greg. Their other high school friend is named Jake. He used to date Katie." Okay, this just got real. What's going on here? So he will be around when I am not. Why is that? Shawnee looked away again, looking serious. I'm sorry, Greg. It would be easier for me to stay quiet. Then Shawnee looked me in the eye. Jake and Katie are still together. That was the moment everything changed for me. Still together? What does that mean? Just tell me clearly, Shawnee. I won't be upset, I promise. Just tell me. Jake goes to the club every Friday when you're not there. They act like a couple when they are there, dancing, being close. Then they always leave early. Before I met you tonight as John's best friend, I felt sorry for you when I saw you at the club, but it was none of my business. Now that we are going to be friends, things are different. I can't pretend this isn't happening. I stood there like a statue holding 3 drinks, trying to take it all in. How could this be true? I know Katie well enough for this to be hard to believe. I'm so sorry, Greg. Please don't be mad at me for telling you this. I looked into Shawnee's eyes. She seemed honest. Who would make this up? Don't worry, Shawnee. Thanks for telling me. I really appreciate it. She reached out and gave me a gentle pat on the back. How long have they been together? She looked surprised by the question. Oh, the first time I saw Jake at the club with Katie was probably at least 1.5 years ago, but he might have been going there even longer, I'm not sure. The confusion on my face must have shown everything. When did Katie start going out on Friday nights without you? Wow, I think we started going out separately about 1 year after we got married, and yes, it was because her friends were acting difficult. Probably about 2 years ago. I think you have your answer, Shawnee said. How could Katie do this to me? How could she do this to us? Wow. Those words were more like statements than questions. Should I go get John? No, let's go back to the table. I sat down with our beers, trying to act like my whole life hadn't just taken a big turn. I really wanted to go to the club where Katie was, probably with someone I didn't know and had never heard her mentioned before. Shawnee was talking quietly with John, and then he leaned over to me. Hey, Shawnee told me what happened. Are you okay? Not really. Sorry, Greg. I liked Katie, too. It seems we both didn't know her as well as we thought. I'm thinking of going to the club now. Want to come? John's expression changed as he looked into my eyes. No, you're staying right here with me until you can think this through more. You're not going home yet, no way. He was right. Even if I wanted to find them, I hadn't even asked Katie which club she was going to tonight. If I called, she would probably tell that guy to leave and act like nothing was happening. I felt so foolish. Just an hour ago, I believed Katie loved me more than anything. She should have been an actress. She really had me convinced. I sat there with my beer, half listening to the conversations around the table. It had been half an hour since Shawnee told me about Katie, and I was starting to calm down. I didn't want to hurt anyone anymore. I just wanted to understand why. Why would Katie do this? One of the first things I wondered was what I might have done wrong. Why didn't she love me anymore? We hadn't argued in so long. We talked all the time, we cuddled, we kissed, and told each other we loved one another. It just didn't make sense. We seemed good together. We had a nice time together just last night. She wanted to fool around again this morning while I was getting ready for work. It felt so lively. If she doesn't love me, then why all this? I couldn't wrap my head around it. John nudged my foot under the table, and I looked up at him. How are you? What's going on in your head? I hope it's not something too bad. I'm okay, just thinking. I'm glad I didn't go home. It's better to be here with you guys. Good, because it's your turn to buy drinks. Make sure we don't go thirsty. I was about to say I got the last round when I remembered that John had paid for it. I nodded and headed to the bar. By the time I placed my order, Shawnee had joined me again. Are you doing okay, Greg? She looked genuinely concerned. I'm as good as I can be, I guess. At that moment, I wished I could disappear and wake up from this awful situation. Can I ask you something? Did Katie or your friends ever say why she was with Jake every Friday? Why was she still with me if she wanted to be with him? No, they never talked about that in front of me, at least. They always said that Jake and Katie seemed really good together, like they were meant to be. You mentioned before that when they're at the club together, they always kiss and dance. What do you mean by they always leave early? Where do they go? Well, I don't know for sure, but Sky told me a few weeks ago that Jake gets a hotel room in the city every Friday when he meets up with Katie. He lives about 2 hours away, so he always stays in a hotel. They leave for his hotel at 10 p.m. each Friday. It's pretty much the same every time. The last time, Sky looked at her watch and joked that it was time to go, and then Katie and Jake got off the dance floor to say their goodbyes. They all laughed about the routine after Katie left. That's when I asked Sky where they were going. Thanks. At least I know what happens. Now I just need to understand why. Can you do me a favor, Greg? Sure. When you talk to Katie about this, you're going to confront her, right? Yeah, probably in the morning. I think it might be better not to talk to her tonight since she's coming home to me after being with someone else. That makes sense. But my favor is a little selfish. I'm sorry. What is it? Can you not say it was me who told you all this? I'm not very close to Simone and Rachel, so I don't mind them, but Sky is my best friend. Jane is a good friend, too. I just don't want them to be mad at me. I thought for a moment as the beers arrived. All right, if they were being so obvious at the club, it should be easy to come up with someone else as the source. Thanks, Greg. I really appreciate it. Just take care of John. That's all the thanks I need. Okay, it's a deal. We returned to the table, and for the first time since I found out about my wife's situation, I managed a slight smile. Mark cracked one of his usual bad jokes. We continued to chat, but I noticed I was falling behind on my drinks. Getting lost in drinking sounded tempting, but I didn't want to go that route. I looked at my phone. It was just past 10 p.m. Katie was probably leaving the club now to head back to the hotel with Jake. I glanced at Shawnee, and she looked at me like she understood my thoughts. I shrugged and took another sip of my beer. About an hour later, I decided it was time to go home. I asked John if I could crash on his couch for a few nights starting Saturday. I planned to search for my own place after lunch the next day. I figured I would be busy with Katie until then. When I got home, the apartment was quiet. It didn't feel like home anymore. I took a shower and then tried to sleep. Knowing where Katie was and what she might be doing kept me awake, but eventually, I drifted off. Saturday morning, I woke up early, around 5 a.m. I couldn't go back to sleep, especially not with thoughts of Katie resting nearby. I got up and went to the bathroom. After having a few drinks the night before, I made several trips to relieve myself. Our bathroom has 2 doors, one from the master bedroom and another leading into the hallway. The toilet, shower, and sink are all in the same room. While I was in there, I noticed Katie's dress from the night before on top of the hamper. After washing my hands, I thought about looking for her things. I checked the hamper but didn't see her bra or underwear on top. I picked up the hamper and Katie's damp towel. The shower door still had water beads on it. What time did Katie get home this morning? Was she trying to show me something? I walked out of the bathroom quietly, not wanting to wake Katie, but uncertain why I was even concerned at this point. As I walked down the hallway, I noticed some sticky spots on the floor. It was easy to see because the tiles were polished. I reached the laundry room next to the entrance and opened the washing machine to put in some clothes. Even with everything that had happened, I still needed to wash some clothes for my stay at John's. Before adding the dirty clothes, I noticed Katie's underwear at the bottom of the washing machine. Until now, I only had what Shawnee said to suggest that Katie might not be faithful. If I picked up her underwear, it might make everything too real. I hesitantly reached in and grabbed her underwear. It felt damp in my hands. I instinctively turned it over to check, and it was clear what had made it wet. I didn't need to examine it any further. I noticed a strange smell on some of Katie's clothes as I loaded them into the washer. I paused, a bit confused, but threw them in and started the machine. Whatever it was, I decided it could wait. I'd just ask her about it when she woke up. With my coffee in hand, I sat quietly, going over everything that had happened. I paced around the living room, trying to figure out how I would bring this up to Katie without causing an argument. It was nearly 11 in the morning, and Katie still hadn't woken up. Last night had been hard to process, but today felt even heavier, like a decision was hanging in the air that I couldn't avoid. I finally stepped outside to get some fresh air. The sun was bright, the sky clear. It was one of those perfect days, even though it felt like everything was falling apart inside. After a while, I heard the apartment door open and Katie poked her head out. "What are you doing out here? Want some coffee?" she asked. "Yeah, that'd be nice. I'll be in soon." She nodded, leaving the door open behind her. I took a deep breath, bracing myself for a difficult conversation. I needed to stay calm, to understand what had happened without anger clouding things. No accusations, just a need for the truth. I went back inside. Katie was in the kitchen with her back to me, wearing her usual comfortable shorts and a loose t-shirt. She placed a cup of coffee in front of me and sat across the table, looking directly into my eyes, just like we do every morning. She noticed a frown on my face, sensing that I wasn't my usual cheerful self. I think she picked up on my mood quickly. "What's wrong, honey? Did you stay out too late last night?" she asked. "I got home around 11:30, I replied. I almost asked her what time she got home last night, but I didn't feel like hearing her response. "What do you have planned for today? I see you've already done the laundry. Thanks." "We need to talk," I said. "About what?" "I ran into a college friend last night. I haven't seen him in years." "Oh yeah? Who?" "I don't think you know him. He was always in my engineering classes. We didn't hang out much outside of school. And you're telling me this because... He mentioned he saw me at the club last Friday. I asked why he didn't come over to say hi." "This is getting interesting," Katie said with a playful smile while sipping her coffee. I usually enjoyed her teasing, but not today. "He said he saw me sitting with a group of women and he didn't want to come over and get blamed for causing any trouble." "I don't remember you flirting with anyone," Katie replied, a hint of sarcasm in her voice. We both knew she was the one mentioned. "Anyway, I hope you told him it wasn't true. If I recall, things went well for us later on." I chose to ignore her comment and kept talking. "Yeah, I asked him why he thought I was flirting. He said it was because you were always at the club with another guy, very close and dancing." Katie remained silent and took another sip of her coffee. "I thought he was talking about some other girl, so I asked if he knew who I was with. He mentioned names Jake and Katie. One of his friends knows Jake." I looked into Katie's eyes for her response, calm but searching for answers. I didn't want to feel anger. I just wanted to understand. "He must be wrong," Katie finally said. "No, he described you perfectly," I replied. "He even said you've been going to the club together for a while." I held her gaze, hoping for an admission. I noticed her eyes fill with tears and my heart sank. Katie looked away from me and the tears started to fall. "Jake was my boyfriend from high school," she said, her voice trembling. "We began dating when we were both 16. He was my first boyfriend, and we were together until just before we finished high school, about 3 months before I met you." I sat quietly, taking this in. She dated him for 2 years? She had mentioned being with only 2 people before we met. I had not realized one of those was for such a long time, but it didn't really matter now. "When we started dating, I told you I had only been with 2 girls before you, and you told me the same. Were you being honest then?" "Yes, I had only been with Jake until we broke up near the end of our senior year. He was unfaithful, and I tried to get back at him by being with his best friend." "Did that help you feel better?" "No, it didn't. He talked a lot about how good he was, but it was nothing like I expected. It didn't make me feel better at all." "So, trying to get back at him with someone else didn't work?" "Not really. It just didn't give me the comfort I thought it would." "How did you feel when you found out Jake was cheating on you?" Katie looked at me, possibly surprised I was asking. Why would I care? "Why do you want to know? I just wanted to explain how I know Jake. Please, just tell me." "All right." I felt really bad. He was my first boyfriend, and I had never felt that way for anyone else at that time. I wasn't in love with him, not like I am with you now, but I was really taken with him. Just felt bad? Not angry or betrayed like your world fell apart? Now Katie seemed to understand why I was asking. She had been the one who was unfaithful, and now I was in her position. She looked away, realizing where our conversation might lead, that there might not be an us after this. "When did you start seeing Jake again? Did you never really stop?" Katie's eyes turned to mine, filled with worry. "No, I wasn't seeing him when we met, or during college, or before we got married." "So when?" She looked away again, seemingly unsure of what to say. I braced myself for more half-truths. "Katie, I need you to be honest. Not what you think I want to hear or what might protect me. I'm already hurting more than you can imagine." Tears started to roll down her face as she met my gaze. "He showed up at the club about a year after we got married. I had no idea he would be there. I hadn't heard from him since we broke up." "Was I there that night?" No, I think it was the first time we went out without each other. So your ex-boyfriend just happens to show up the first time your husband isn't around. Really? Rachel planned it when she found out you wouldn't be joining us. Katie and Simone stayed friends with Jake while I was away at college. I didn't know they had made plans together. Clearly, I was overthinking their actions toward me, right? I said. I'm so sorry, Greg. If I could take it all back, I would do it in a second. I'm truly sorry, she said. Right now, I don't want your apologies. I want to know the truth about how and why this happened. Katie was trying hard to stop crying so she could talk. I don't know what to say. That first night he showed up, everything moved so quickly. One moment we were chatting at our table, and the next, we were kissing. Then he asked me to go back to his hotel room. Katie began crying even more, worse than I had ever seen before. I instinctively wanted to comfort her, hold her tight, and reassure her that everything would be okay. But nothing was okay. I may not have been crying, but I felt like I was falling apart inside. I still didn't understand why. I gave her a moment to regain some control before I asked again. So, how long after you first saw him at the club did you go to his hotel room? Maybe an hour or so? Did you spend the night with him? Yes. Katie broke down again and buried her face in her hands, as if she wanted to disappear from the world, especially from me. At that moment, it would have been easy to walk away since she had already confessed her unfaithfulness. Did you spend the night with him every time you went to the club without me since that night? I asked. She just nodded, still hiding her face. Why? I never received an answer. Katie got up and came over to me, wrapping her arms around me. I didn't push her away. I let her hug me, but I couldn't hug her back. I was still in shock, feeling like my world had just crumbled. I'm so sorry, Greg. I love you so much. You have to believe me. I could hardly hear her through her tears. This was more than just feeling guilty. I sensed she knew our relationship was over, and she couldn't accept it. When she said she loved me, I believed that in her own way she was being honest. But her actions told a different story. We sat there for about 5 minutes, her arms around me, not wanting to let go. After a while, we separated, and she lay down on the couch in a curled-up position, still quietly sobbing. I went to the dryer and then to the bedroom, packing some of my clothes into an overnight bag. I walked back to the lounge area where Katie was lying. I'm going to stay at John's tonight. I will be back tomorrow to get the rest of my things, I told her. This opened the floodgates of emotion for Katie again as she wrapped her arms around me once more. Don't go, please. I'm begging you, Greg. I've never asked you for anything before. Please don't leave me. I care about you, Greg. Katie looked up at me, her eyes red and tears streaming down her cheeks. Goodbye, Katie. I stepped out the door, closing it softly behind me. I didn't sleep well on John's couch Saturday night. It was difficult to shake off the thoughts of the past day. It was now 7 a.m., and I think I only got about 3 hours of sleep. Morning, Greg. How are you feeling? John walked through the living room and into the kitchen. I'm okay, I guess. My head still hurts. Well, vodka shots can do that to you. I think it was the tequila that really did a number on me. How about some coffee to help you wake up? Yes, please. After looking for an apartment yesterday, John thought we should have a drink and talk it all out. I vaguely remembered getting upset and saying not honest things about Katie, wondering why she would do this to me. But my most embarrassing memory from last night was near the end, when we were both quite drunk. I kept telling John that Katie was the only woman for me, that I couldn't imagine being in love with anyone else. I felt finished. A knock at the door interrupted my thoughts. That must be Shani. Can you get dressed, Greg, and then come join us for coffee? Sure. I went to the bathroom, put on my jeans and a t-shirt, rinsed my mouth, and used some of John's deodorant. When I returned to the kitchen, Shani was there with my cup of coffee. How's your head? I heard you two had a wild night. Morning, Shani. My head isn't feeling great right now. Well, it was probably worth it. We sat quietly for a few minutes, sipping our coffee and enjoying the calm. John then spoke up. Are you still planning to take that apartment you liked yesterday? I had seen 4 apartments after leaving Katie, and one really stood out to me because of its price and space. I think so. They need to finish their rental checks first, so they should let me know by late Monday. What about your things? Do you need help getting them? No, I'll be fine, John. I decided last night to leave her with all the furniture and household items. I'm just taking my clothes and my laptop. What about the car? Katie and I own a Honda Civic, but she drives it everywhere while I usually take the bus. I prefer that. It avoids the unwanted attention she often gets on public transport. She can keep it. It's insured in her name anyway, so I don't think that will be a problem. Do you want to borrow my truck today to pick up your things? What about you? Won't you need it? Shawnee is taking me to the coast in her car. I enjoy being by the beach. Shawnee got up from her chair, pretending to be shocked. I can't believe you just said that. John and Shawnee then started to playfully wrestle, which turned into some friendly hugs and kisses. I finished my coffee and decided to leave the couple to go take a much-needed shower. When I got back to my apartment, I saw Simone's car parked outside. Great. If she or Rachel are here and start lecturing me, I might lose my temper. As I walked up the stairs to our front door, I could hear voices inside. I paused for a moment to listen before entering. Katie sounded like she was talking loudly, almost shouting. She also sounded like she had been crying, as her voice was weary. None of this would have happened if you two had just let me and Greg be. You drove him away and then invited Jake. Why would you do that to me? My life is ruined because you wanted to spend time with Jake instead of Greg. Rachel couldn't hold back and responded. Hold on, Katie. Let's get this straight. You were the one complaining about Greg and talking about how much you missed Jake. You were the one saying he couldn't please you the way Jake did. We are your friends, so we helped you with what you wanted. Then Simone spoke up, sounding more upset than usual. And why are you blaming us? The first night you saw Jake at the club, it took just a few minutes before you were all over him. You went back to his hotel that same night. We didn't make you do that, Katie. You chose to be with Jake and leave Greg behind. That's on you, not us. Rachel jumped in to support Simone. And it's been like that every Friday since. You even planned it so the only Fridays you spend with Jake are when it's your time of the month. Then you bring Greg along those nights, and we have to pretend everything is fine. We have to ignore him, and then you get mad because he thinks we're being rude. Seriously, Katie. The room went quiet, but at least I understood what was happening now. I waited a few more seconds and then knocked on the door. Katie answered. A look of fear crossed her face when she saw me, probably worried I had heard their arguing just moments before. Good afternoon, ladies. I walked past Katie, who still hadn't said anything. Simone and Rachel both quietly greeted me as I made my way to my bedroom. I started taking my clothes out of the drawers and wardrobe, piling them on the bed. I also grabbed my suitcase from the top shelf and began putting my clothes inside. Katie then came into the bedroom and closed the door. Hi, Greg. Hey, Katie. I kept folding and placing my clothes into the suitcase. Are you still at John's? When are you coming home? I'll be at John's for a few more nights. I've already applied for an apartment and will move in as soon as I get approved. That news made Katie come closer to me. She knew this was real. Before she could say anything, I continued. I'm leaving everything here for you except my clothes and my laptop. This includes the car, and here are the apartment keys as well. The way I was speaking to Katie was cold, and I knew it would upset her. I was trying to stay calm after what I had just heard. Part of me wanted to yell at her about how things were different between us, but I didn't. If I let my anger out now, I might say things I would regret. My feelings had been hurt deeply. A natural reaction would be to lash out, but I managed to keep my anger in check and continued packing my suitcase. Can we talk, Greg? Go ahead. Please stop packing and look at me. I paused, took a deep breath to calm myself, and then turned to face Katie, who stood next to me. Can we work this out, Greg? I don't love Jake. I never have. I have only ever loved you. You've been with him for 2 years. How does that fit with loving me? She reached out and touched my arm. She seemed like she was trying to stay strong, but her voice shook. With Jake, it was never about love. I only got involved with him because we were good together in some ways, but I promise I will never be with him again. What does that really mean, Katie? You and Jake have been close, haven't you? How can you think saying that makes it okay? Are you really listening to yourself? Are you saying I'm so bad that you need to be with someone else? Katie's confidence faded, and she began to cry again. She reached out and hugged me tightly. Please don't say that. I've always cared for you deeply. I'm so sorry, Greg. I hate myself for what I've done to you. I know this isn't fair, and I have been selfish, but I love you more than anything. You must believe that." I stood there quietly before finally speaking. "I can't believe that, Katie. If you loved me like I love you, you would never even think of doing this. But you did. Week after week. Answer me this, Katie. If I hadn't found out about you and Jake, would you have gone to his hotel room again this Friday?" Katie didn't answer. Instead, she buried her face against my chest. I could see that she wished this was just a bad dream, that she could wake up and everything would be fine. She would go back to being with her loving husband while still keeping her boyfriend. All I wanted was to have a wife who was honest with me. For 2 years, it felt like she had it all. "I take your silence as a sign that you would still be with him if I hadn't caught you. How can you say you love me?" I took a deep breath and continued. "I have loved you, Katie, with all my heart. I wanted us to start a family. I've been hinting at it for months. But now I wonder if you didn't want kids because it might interfere with your time with him." "You want to have kids? Why didn't you tell me? I've always wanted that with you. Jake has nothing to do with it. Maybe it's for the best we didn't. Having kids would only make this harder. This doesn't have to be hard, Greg. I promise I will never see him again. We can still have our children together. Please, I'll do anything. If you need to be with other women to feel better, I'll accept that. Just don't leave me." "Tell me why, Katie. Why were you with him for 2 years? You still haven't explained. Just saying you had a good connection doesn't make sense. Why would you risk our marriage for someone you claim not to love?" She looked into my eyes and wiped her tears. I wasn't sure if she could share the reasons I had heard earlier. Did she have the courage to say those things out loud, knowing how much it would hurt me? Part of me wanted her to say it so that I could feel okay about leaving her behind. "I can't explain it, Greg. We just have this connection that feels hard to break. It's been like this since high school. I'm not sure what more to say." "You're right, Katie. There's nothing else to say." With that, I returned to packing my suitcase while Katie sat quietly on the edge of the bed. She wasn't crying anymore. She just stared at the floor, looking lost. I think she realized there was nothing she could say to fix things. I walked into the bathroom to gather my toiletries from the cabinet and place them into my suitcase along with my laptop before zipping it up. I glanced at Katie again. She was still sitting there, focused on the ground. I reached out my hand. When she looked up, she took my hand, and I gently pulled her to her feet, standing in front of me. Then I gave her a hug, the first real sign of care since Friday night. But she understood that this was my way of saying goodbye. I leaned down and kissed her softly on the lips, speaking quietly. "Goodbye, Katie Johnson. A part of me will always care for you. I love you, Greg. I always will." I picked up my suitcase and left the apartment, leaving behind the person I loved most. As I walked into my own apartment, I fell onto the couch. What a terrible birthday. I had just celebrated my 28th birthday with a nice dinner with Janice, hoping it would end happily in her apartment. Instead, I found myself here alone, my 6-month relationship over, unsure of where my life was going. To be honest, it all comes back to my ex-wife, Katie. Even now, she was still affecting my thoughts. Let me explain. After my split with Katie, I moved into the apartment I was in now. I filed for divorce and tried to move on with my life. The divorce was finalized a year later, and since our parting, I hadn't seen or spoken to her. For the first year and a half, I had no interest in dating or anything romantic. I buried myself in work and enjoyed spending time with friends and family. I relied on other forms of entertainment to fill the gap, perhaps a bit too much at times. It was John who pushed me to start dating again, even suggesting I visit places to meet people. I tried it out on several occasions, but just casual encounters didn't help. What I really missed was genuine connection, which those places wouldn't provide. Shawnee, who is still with John and getting married soon, asked if I would consider a blind date with one of her colleagues named Vicky. She described Vicky as 23 years old, with blonde hair and an athletic build. With a little encouragement from John, I agreed to go out. Vicky and I went on a double date with John and Shawnee, who were engaged by then. It was nice. This was the first time since Katie that I enjoyed being with and felt attracted to another woman, aside from the lovely ladies at the other place. That date turned into another one, but this time without our chaperones. In about 3 weeks and after 5 dates, we were officially a couple. I found that being with Vicky was generally enjoyable and I was getting the closeness I had been missing. What really made a difference for me was that Vicky would experience pleasure during our time together. It wasn't anything wild, but she would consistently reach that moment at least once each time. To say this boosted my confidence would be an understatement. After struggling to connect with Katie in that way and learning she found it with someone else, I had blamed myself for not being able to give her that experience. Now I understood it wasn't about my worth. It was just that Katie needed something different from me. For the first time in a year and a half, I was starting to feel good about myself again. We continued dating for a few more months, but then we hit a bump in the road. Vicky wanted to move in with me and she was dropping more hints, becoming less subtle each time. You might think that would be great, a vibrant young woman wanting to spend more time with you, especially in an intimate way. Easy choice, right? The problem was, I didn't love Vicky. I liked her a lot, but I knew what it meant to be in love, and I didn't feel that with her. I realized that having Vicky move in would make it harder when the time came to part ways. Up until then, we had been enjoying our time together, but after 4 months, I still wasn't in love with her, and I doubted I ever would be. I decided it wouldn't be fair to lead her on in a relationship that wouldn't grow. She deserved better. So, I had to end my second serious relationship. And though it wasn't easy, I felt less emotionally tied this time. About a month later, John and Shani got married. I was the best man and had to give a speech about how lucky John was to have Shani in his life and how fortunate Shani was to have him, with all his quirks. Mark, Billy, and Steve were there too. The 5 of us had recently celebrated at the bachelor party, laughing and enjoying ourselves. Sky was in Shani's bridal party, and Jane also attended the wedding. This was the first time I had seen any of Katie's friends since we separated, except for Shani, of course. Sky and Jane came over to my table during the wedding, wanting to chat. "Hi, Greg. Great to see you again." "Hi, Sky. You look beautiful in your bridesmaid dress." "You too, Jane." "Thanks. I want to start by saying I'm sorry for how we acted back then," Jane added. "I know it might not matter now, but we weren't happy with how we treated you. We just went along with it to avoid trouble, but it didn't feel right. That's all in the past now. There's no point in bringing it up again. Let's just enjoy Shani's big day." "Thanks, Greg." As Sky and Jane started to walk away, Sky stopped and returned to me. "Can I ask you something, Greg? It's about Katie." I hesitated, wondering if I wanted to go there. "Okay. What is it?" "Have you spoken to her at all in the last 2 years since you split?" "No." Sky seemed unsure if she should continue. "Have you talked to her mom, Beth, since then?" "No, I haven't. Is everything okay with Beth?" I hoped nothing was wrong with her. She had always been very special to me, almost like a second mom. But I felt it wouldn't be right to keep in touch after leaving Katie. "Oh, Beth is fine. I just wanted to know if you had talked to her." "No." "What's this about, Sky?" She looked uncomfortable, her expression showing that this was a sensitive topic. "Sorry, it's okay. Just forget I mentioned it." I nodded, and she turned to catch up with Jane on the dance floor. Great. Now this would weigh on my mind for the rest of the evening. After I finished my glass of champagne, I decided it was time to dance with the bride. I stood up and went around the table to hold out my hand to Shani, bowing slightly. "Would the beautiful bride please honor me with a dance?" John laughed and leaned toward Shani. "Better watch him, they say he can be quite charming." Shani took my hand and stood up, replying, "Maybe I like a little charm now and then." John joked as we walked to the dance floor. "Just keep it friendly out there. She's still my bride." I smiled back at him and stepped onto the dance floor, taking Shani into a warm embrace. While John was like a brother to me, Shani was becoming like a sister, much more than just my best friend's new wife. Shani was someone I could talk to about things that most guys wouldn't share with their friends. Even though I was close to John, it felt easier to discuss relationships with Shani. After my breakup with Katie, my confidence was really low. I couldn't tell John why Katie had cheated on me, but I could talk to Shani. I avoided giving all the details at first, but she helped me slowly feel better. "You look great, Shani. Today has been wonderful," I said. "Thanks, Greg. It has been everything I could have hoped for. I'm so happy right now," she replied. "You really do look radiant. Welcome to the family." As we moved slowly around the dance floor, Shawnee rested her head on my shoulder. I noticed you talking to Sky and Jane earlier. Want to share what you discussed? I asked. They just stopped by to say hello and apologize for how they acted before, she said. That's good to hear. Better late than never. Did they say anything else? Like what? She asked, raising an eyebrow. I was curious. Shawnee and Sky were best friends, so if Sky was hiding something, Shani probably knew. After my marriage ended, Shani and I agreed not to discuss anything about Katie's life anymore. I wanted to move on and didn't want to hear about her or who she was with. It was her life, not mine. We agreed on this, remember, Greg? Do you want me to break it or should we just leave it alone? She reminded me. I took a moment to think. It sounded like there was news about Katie, since both Sky and Shani wanted to bring it up. But it could be anything. Maybe she was moving on. Maybe she was engaged. No, I don't need to know what's happening with her. Let's stick to our agreement, I said. Okay. Then I wondered if Shawnee had been talking about my life with Katie. Was Katie hearing about what I was up to? I hope you haven't been telling Katie about my life, Shawnee, I said. No, of course not. The agreement works both ways, she assured me. What about Sky and Jane? Could they be telling Katie about my life? I don't know. I talk about you with them sometimes, but why does it matter if Katie hears about it? She asked. You're right. It really doesn't matter. Forget I asked, I said. Honestly, I have hardly seen Katie since you two broke up, and I haven't had a private talk with her since then either, she explained. That's fair. Let's focus on something else. How much should I let John drink? Are you planning to have your first night together tonight? Absolutely. Can I trust you to help him get to the bedroom in a good state? That depends, I replied. Do you just want something quick, or are you looking for more? I definitely want more. I hope he can keep it going, too. I laughed. John was lucky to have Shawnee. All right, I'll get him on the water right after our dance. I went 6 months without dating after I broke up with Vicky. It wasn't that I didn't want to be in another relationship. Between work and spending time with friends and family, I just wasn't meeting anyone who caught my interest. Thank goodness for movies. Going to clubs wasn't something I wanted to do to meet women. They felt like noisy places with lots of people. Sure, they might be fun for a quick night out, but not a great spot to find someone to have dinner with later. I stayed away from online dating, too. The whole idea seemed odd to me, like picking out a coffee maker. I had been in a serious relationship from a young age, so I hadn't adjusted to finding someone the old-fashioned way, whatever that meant now. For one of my construction projects, I had to meet with a client's consultant to talk about changes we were making. While I waited in the meeting room, Janice walked in. Janice was 29, almost 2 years older than me, and she looked fantastic. She was tall, graceful, and had striking features that could have made her a model. Her dark brown eyes matched her long, nearly black hair, and her fair skin was almost porcelain-like. She greeted me, and we started our meeting. Janice was very smart, observant, and a bit intimidating. As we went over the changes, I was impressed by how knowledgeable she was. She had a way of drawing information out of me that made me worry I might not seem very capable. Janice seemed to sense my concerns. She knew when I was unsure about something and would guide the conversation, helping me find the answers. 2 hours later, we were still only halfway through our list of changes when Janice suggested we take a break for lunch. I offered to take her to a nice cafe near our office, and she said yes. Although it wasn't a formal date, our lunch turned into dinner a few nights later, and then another one after that. I wasn't quite sure if they were just extended work lunches or if they counted as real dates. It's tough to get close to someone you work with because your main connection is the job. As our dinners progressed, Janice seemed to sense that there was more than just work on my mind. By the time we reached our third dinner together, she spoke up. "Greg, can I ask you something more personal?" "Of course," I replied, intrigued. "My work with the client is finishing up this week, so we won't have to meet for project discussions anymore. Am I right in thinking that you might have hoped these dinners could mean something more?" It was a pivotal moment. I didn't want to overthink it, so I decided to be honest. "I've enjoyed these dinners a lot, and maybe if we're not colleagues anymore, we could have a dinner next week just for us. No work talk," she smiled. "And what would you hope for from a dinner just for us?" I paused, choosing my words carefully. "Maybe a second date." "And after that?" she asked, clearly amused. A third date? She leaned in slightly. Greg, how many dates will it take for you to ask me if I'd like to spend more time with you? She had a playful yet challenging look. I could tell she wasn't one to beat around the bush. As many as it takes, I answered with a grin. She held my gaze for a moment, then replied, 1. It took me a second to catch her meaning. Just one date. So does tonight count? I asked, feeling a bit bolder. Only if you ask me, she replied with a knowing smile. Gathering my courage, I took a sip of wine. Janice, would you like to spend more time with me tonight? I thought you'd never ask, she said, smiling warmly. We finished our meal, shared a laugh, and left the restaurant together. I took her hand, and we walked into the night, sharing quiet laughter and conversation. At my apartment, we embraced, our laughter fading into a quiet moment. I wrapped my arms around her, feeling a deeper connection growing between us. We shared a warm embrace, each enjoying the closeness as the night continued. As Janice and I shared a quiet moment together, she let out a soft sigh, clearly at ease. I gently held her, feeling a strong connection between us as our hands intertwined, each enjoying the warmth and closeness. She smiled up at me, her expression relaxed, and whispered that she was happy, which made me feel the same. We lay there quietly, our breathing slowing as we enjoyed the moment. I couldn't help but reflect on how natural this felt, how easily we connected without a word. I thought back on past relationships and how different they were. Each experience had been unique, but this felt like a reminder that true connection doesn't need to be forced. Just sharing a comfortable silence and feeling understood was enough. In that quiet moment, I found myself grateful for the simplicity of being close to someone who valued the same warmth and comfort. With Janice, our time together was often relaxed and enjoyable. After spending time together, we would lie in bed chatting or sit in the lounge with a glass of wine. As a few weeks went by and I stopped working with Janice, our relationship began to change. We started talking about our interests, places we wanted to visit, and our dreams for the future instead of work. I saw a new side of Janice. The serious, focused person I had known faded away, revealing a tender and caring version of her. She was still smart and quick-witted, but now she used her talents to make our time together enjoyable and loving instead of just focusing on work goals. Janice had a way of getting me to share my feelings and thoughts. At times, it felt like being in a relationship with someone who really understood me. There were still some feelings about Katie that I kept hidden deep inside. No matter how much Janice tried, I wasn't ready to talk about that. By the time we had been dating for 3 months, we each had some clothes, toothbrushes, and a few personal things at each other's homes. It was just easier that way. I chose not to talk about living together, and Janice hadn't brought it up either. The next few months passed, and I enjoyed my time with Janice. My friends John and Shani also got along well with her, but the vibe felt different than with Katie or Vicky. Even though Janice was only a couple of years older, she seemed much more mature. The week before my 28th birthday, Janice and I had a lovely evening together. She rested her head on my chest and said, "Greg, I have something special planned for your birthday next week. I hope you haven't arranged anything with John." "No, I'm all yours. What do you have in mind? A nice dinner by the beach? A cozy getaway in the mountains? Maybe a fun stay in a fancy hotel? I might need to rethink my plans if you have such high expectations." "I'll be happy with whatever you plan." "Good. I can promise there will be some romance afterward, just not at the beach or a mountaintop. Is that okay with you?" "So it's not the fancy hotel then?" "No, but maybe we can try that someday if you're lucky." I leaned in and gave Janice a kiss. Life felt good at that moment. Still, there was a little worry in the back of my mind. I enjoyed being with Janice, spending time with her, and the closeness we shared. But if I was honest about our relationship, I found myself thinking the same way I had with Vicky before. I'm just not in love with Janice. I wish I could be, but wanting and feeling are not the same. So why am I willing to stay with Janice when I felt I had to end things with Vicky? Is it because Vicky wanted to move in together, which made me take action? I've also thought that maybe Janice feels my reluctance to take that step and hasn't pushed it because of that. Or maybe Janice likes our relationship the way it is and doesn't want to change things either. Honestly, I think I'm just being selfish. I'd rather stay with Janice than be alone. How long she'll be okay with that is another question. A part of me feels bad for not being as honest with her as she deserves. A few nights later, I went to Janice's house for dinner. She had made a nice meal. My day at work had been long and frustrating. It was only 8 p.m., but I was tired. The delicious smell from the kitchen helped wake me up a little. Janice served the food, and we poured some wine to enjoy with our meal. She noticed I seemed distracted and that I wasn't saying much. "So, had a tough day at work?" she asked. "Yes, just a few issues. It felt like one of those days that sets everything back." "Do you want to talk about it?" "No, I've thought about it enough. Talking won't change anything." She fell quiet after my reply. I knew I needed to talk about something else. "Are we still on for my birthday tomorrow? Can you tell me what you have planned?" I asked. "Yes, it's all ready. You just need to pick me up at 7:30. Please dress nicely and don't be late." "Okay, I will make sure to do that." I figured she must have a reservation at a nice restaurant that requires dressing up. It should be a great evening. "You know my birthday is coming too, Greg. I'll be turning 30, she said. "That's a big deal. I should start planning for you now. There are a few things I'd like for my 30th. "And what would those be?" I asked. Janice took a sip of her wine, making me wait for her response. "I'm not sure we're ready for that talk just yet." "Better not wait too long. You'll be 30 before you know it," I replied. Her look then was not very warm. Oops, I may have brushed off something that is important to Janice. "Look, Janice, whenever you feel ready to talk, I'm here. Just let me know. It's not me who isn't ready to talk about what I want." "Are you saying I'm the one who isn't ready?" "Yes." "Okay, what about your 30th birthday gift? Is it that I am not ready for?" Janice took another sip of her wine. She was hesitating, or maybe she was just anxious. It seemed she was worried about how I would react. What was it that made her feel this way? "Commitment." I kept my eyes on Janice, trying to understand what she just said. This was a big deal for me, and she knew it. "What kind of commitment are you looking for on your birthday?" "There are a few options. I'm hoping you might consider giving me at least one of them." I could see the confusion on my face, trying to figure out what kind of commitment she wanted that I could offer by her birthday. "Greg, the reason I want some commitment is because I'm turning 30. I have plans for my life, and I need a sign from you that you want to be part of it." "What plans do you have, Janice? I can't commit if I don't know what they are." "Oh, come on, Greg. My plans are the same as any woman's. I want to live with the man I love. I want to get married, and I want to have kids. We've been together for 6 months now. Just pick one." I felt stuck. She had challenged me, and now I felt exposed. She was pushing me to be honest, something I had been avoiding. "Can I at least think about it?" "Of course, but I want you to be honest with me, Greg. I don't want you to commit out of obligation. It should be because you love me and want to be with me." "All right. Just give me a few days, okay?" Janice nodded quietly. It was clear she had been holding this in for some time. She had likely hoped I would have shown more commitment by now. What frustrated me was that I hadn't committed to Janice already. She is everything I want in a partner: kind, smart, strong, and funny. So why wasn't I ready to say I loved her? What was holding me back? We sat in silence, finishing our meal. Afterward, I began to clear the dishes. Janice remained deep in thought, unhappy about needing to decide. I walked behind her and gently massaged her neck and shoulders. Her body felt tense. This situation was obviously causing her stress. After a while, I leaned forward and kissed her cheek. "Would you like me to stay tonight?" "Yes." I took her hand and led her to the bedroom. The next day at the office, I was surprised to see John there. He was attending one of the company's HR training sessions, so I texted him to see if we could have lunch together. We met at the burger place next door and sat down with our burgers and big sodas. "Happy birthday, old man. Who are you calling old? You're 2 months older than me." "Yeah, but I look younger and that's what matters." "Whatever, how's the course going?" "You know, typical HR stuff. How's married life treating you?" "Good, but my wife is keeping me busy. I thought people were supposed to slow down after getting married." "That must be a lot to handle, huh?" "How's Janice?" John could see me deflate a little with that question. "Just say it, Greg." "All right, she kind of gave me an ultimatum last night." John just looked at me while taking a bite of his burger. Once he finished chewing, he asked, "What are you going to do?" "I don't know. We are having a nice dinner tonight for my birthday. I was hoping to talk to her about it then." "What does she want?" She wants us to live together, then probably marriage and kids. And you don't want to move in with Janice because... I don't understand your issue, Greg. Because I'm not in love with Janice. Really? You could have fooled me. I mean, I like her a lot. I care for her and I enjoy spending time with her. What do you consider love, then? I took a big sip of my soda, thinking about how to answer. I guess what I had with Katie. I wanted to feel like that again. John sighed and shook his head, then took another bite of his burger. You know I love Shawnee a lot, right? She means everything to me. Yeah, of course, John. You two are great together. When we first started dating, we were always doing romantic things. We just couldn't get enough of each other. I took a bite of my burger and listened. We still do some romantic things, but not as much, and that's okay. John continued as I kept eating. My point is, I don't think even at the beginning were we as into each other as you and Katie were the whole time you were together. That's a pretty high standard you've set for yourself. I stopped eating and looked over at John. I wasn't sure how to respond to that. Look, if you're going to end every relationship because they don't live up to what you had with Katie, you're going to be alone for a long time. You think I should move in with Janice even though I don't love her the way I loved Katie? John took the last bite of his burger and chewed. Then I took a sip of my soda. You should have talked to Shawnee about this. She would know what to say. You're right. Look, Greg, I only have one more thing to say, then I'll let it go, okay? I nodded and finished my burger. Remember that night at my place? You had just broken up with Katie that day? Yeah, I remember there was a lot to drink. And you spent 20 minutes saying some mean things about Katie? Yeah, that was not my best moment. But what stuck with me is when you said you could never love another woman like you loved Katie, that you were finished. I sat there thinking, did I still believe that almost 3 years later? So, Greg, are you really done? You might only ever love Katie the way you loved her. If you and she aren't getting back together, then you'll keep messing things up with anyone else. Wow, for a big guy, he often knows exactly what I'm thinking, sometimes even before I do. I just nodded at John, accepting what he had said. Anyway, it's your birthday. I'm sure Janice will let you relax tonight so you both can have a good time. Maybe you should talk to Shawnee about everything tomorrow. Yeah, sounds good. We better head back. I arrived at Janice's place 5 minutes early to be safe. I buzzed her apartment and she let me in. I was dressed nicely and ready for my birthday dinner. As I stood waiting for the elevator, I thought about what I had been considering all afternoon since lunch with John. Was he right? Was I being foolish comparing my time with Vicky and now Janice to what I had with Katie? Was it unrealistic to think I could love someone as much as I loved Katie? The elevator came, and I stepped inside. The main question I needed to answer was whether I needed to love Janice as much as I loved Katie. If the answer is no, we can move forward and I might find happiness. If yes, then I would just be wasting Janice's time. Deep down, I already knew the answer. Janice met me at her apartment door looking stunning. She leaned in and gave me a warm kiss. Happy birthday, Greg. Thanks, Janice. You look amazing. Thank you. We should get going. We have a reservation at a really nice restaurant at 8 p.m. We went downstairs and got a cab. Janice told the driver where to go. Which restaurant, or is it a surprise? We'll be there in a few minutes. It's a lovely place called Margaret's. Oh no, that was the same restaurant where I proposed to Katie. It was where we always went for birthdays and anniversaries. This could ruin my whole evening. We arrived and got seated. At least the table wasn't the same one in the back corner that I always shared with Katie. That would have been too much. We started with a bottle of champagne and talked about our day. I told Janice about my lunch with John and she shared details about her new project. After that, we ordered our meals and kept chatting. It was nice. Janice is easy to talk to about anything. Still, I was thinking about when to bring up our relationship and what we really needed to discuss. When our meals came, we began eating. As I went through my meal, I realized I needed to talk to Janice about how I felt. After finishing, we ordered 2 glasses of wine. So far, it had been a pleasant birthday. Your birthday isn't over yet, Greg. I still have a surprise for you back at the apartment. I smiled at Janice, knowing she had something special planned. Can we talk about what we discussed last night? We don't have to bring that up tonight. Tonight is just for you. I know, and I'm really enjoying it. Thank you. The food here is great. I've never been here before, but I think we need to come back. Yes, they always have good meals. Have you come here before? Well, yes. That's part of why I wanted to talk about us. Janice looked at me, curious about what my past had to do with our relationship. See that table in the corner? I pointed to a table that meant something special to me. Janice looked over to see a couple eating. That was the table where I proposed to my ex-wife, Katie. Janice's eyes widened in surprise. Every year we came here for our birthdays, Valentine's Day, and anniversaries and sat at that table. I'm sorry, Greg. I didn't know. It's okay, Janice. I'm not upset about it. We can leave if you want and talk more at my apartment. No, I've been thinking about this since our conversation last night, and I can't keep avoiding it. Janice looked away, probably worried about what I might say next. I like being with you, Janice. You make me feel special and loved. She glanced back at me, sensing that there was more to come. I understand wanting a commitment, wanting to share our lives. A part of me wants to give that to you, but I'm struggling because I can't offer you the love you truly deserve. At that moment, I looked down at the table. Then, drawn to it, I glanced back at the corner table, the one with the memories of Katie. Janice stayed quiet. I'm still in love with Katie, my ex-wife. A tear began to roll down Janice's cheek. This was the first time I had seen her look so upset, and it made me feel terrible. How long have you known? She asked. I looked at her, puzzled by the question. How long have you known that you still love Katie? Only this afternoon. I guess I always knew deep down. I just didn't want to face it. Janice nodded slowly. I sensed there was something keeping you from fully committing to us. I hoped it was just fear of getting hurt again, so I tried to be patient. I thought I could move on with time being with you, but after 6 months that hasn't happened. It's unfair to you to keep hoping. Janice called the waiter for the bill. Let me pay for this, Janice. It's the least I can do. No, it's okay. It's your birthday. We stepped outside the restaurant. She turned to me and gave me a hug. I'm sorry things didn't work out, but I appreciate your honesty. I'm sorry too, Janice. I really hope you find someone who loves you as you should be loved. Can I ask you one last favor, Greg? You need to speak with your ex-wife. You need to face this or you'll stay unhappy. You're the second person to tell me that today. I promise I will. Goodbye, Greg. Goodbye, Janice. I opened the door to my apartment and flopped down on the couch. What a tough birthday. It was Saturday morning. Last night I broke up with Janice on my birthday. I wandered into the kitchen after my shower to make coffee when my phone rang. Hello? Hey, sleepyhead, can you let me in? Hi, Shawnee, what are you doing here at this early hour? Just let me in, it's chilly out. Since my apartment doesn't have a remote buzzer, I quickly threw on a t-shirt and jeans and went down to let Shawnee in. Back in the warmth of my apartment, we headed to the kitchen while she took off her coat. I'm making coffee. Want some? Oh yes, please. I put the mugs on the counter and took a sip before looking at Shawnee. So, John said you needed to talk. He mentioned you were having problems with Janice. It's 7 a.m., Shawnee. I don't need to talk that much. Shawnee laughed. What? You think I came here at 7 a.m. just for you? I'm picking up my parents at 8 a.m. and they live close by. I thought I could help on my way. Well, you didn't need to. I already handled things with Janice. Really? John said she wanted you to move in together. Yeah, but that's not happening. We broke up last night. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, especially on your birthday. Happy birthday, by the way. Yeah, thanks. I had to tell her the truth. I told her I'm in love with my best friend's wife. I winked at Shawnee. Shawnee laughed at me. You're joking. At least you haven't lost your sense of humor. I shook my head and chuckled to myself. I hope you were kind to her. She seems really nice. As kind as I can be while admitting I'm in love with someone else? Come on, Greg, I'm serious. So am I, except I meant Katie. Shawnee's face showed surprise. I took a sip of my coffee while she processed what I said. Are you still in love with her? Yep. Shawnee looked deep in thought, almost like she was figuring out a puzzle. You never stopped loving Katie, did you? That's why you broke up with Vicky, right? Yeah, you got me there. So, what are you going to do about it? What do you mean? Well, it's been 3 years and you're still in love. Don't you think it's time to do something? I don't think I want to get back with Katie. For all I know, she could be happy with someone else now. That's not what I meant, and no, she isn't. Then what did you mean? Talking to someone about it? Katie and I were supposed to have counseling as part of the divorce, but I didn't want to. I just couldn't think about her then. I don't know if I want to see a therapist. They'll take my money and probably not help. You know my dad is a therapist, right? Oops. Sorry about that. Listen, I'll ask him if he knows a good person you can talk to. What about your dad? He's a marriage counselor and you're not married. True, but it's related to my marriage. Still, you're right. It'd be best if it's not your dad. Family gatherings might get a bit awkward if he knows my personal struggles. Shawnee ignored my joke. So, will you go if he gives you a name for someone? Okay, yes, just once. Shawnee was taking charge, which showed me she was in control of her relationship with John, too. Greg, about our deal to stop talking about Katie. What about it? It's kind of pointless now. You really need to talk about her, and it might help if you talk to Katie, too. I thought about it as I finished my coffee. I realized Shawnee had said earlier that Katie wasn't married. I have to admit I wanted to know how she was doing since we broke up. Not for any other reason, but because I still cared for her. All right, if she's not married, what else do you know? I don't know much. I can ask Sky if you want more details than I have. Start with what you do know, then. Well, she is still single and hasn't been dating anyone as far as I know. She hasn't seen Jake since they broke up. She doesn't go out with her friends much anymore. When she does go out, she doesn't drink or dance, and she keeps to herself. Have you seen her when she was out? Yes, a few times. She mostly stayed alone. Last time was a few weeks ago for Jane's birthday. And you didn't talk to her? Nope, but she was looking my way a lot. I think she knows I'm with John now, so she probably expected I would see you often. At one point, she even came and sat next to me. I thought she wanted to talk, but I didn't say anything because I figured she would want to discuss you. I could sense she was nervous, so after about 10 minutes, she moved back to her spot. Anything else? That's all I really know. Oh, she moved back in with her mom after your breakup. I think she's still there. I remember at your wedding, Sky said she wanted to share something about Katie. She even asked if I spoke to Katie's mom, and then you asked if Sky told me anything. What was that about? Well, there is something more, but I shouldn't be the one to tell you. You should really talk to Katie's mom. Come on, just tell me. If it is important, I will speak with Beth later. I can't just show up and ask her questions without understanding first. All right, just so you know, I may not have all the details right, so you should still reach out to her mom. Okay. A couple of months before my wedding, I heard that Katie had to go to the emergency room. Is she okay? Let me finish, please. Sky told me that they had to remove a lot of sleeping pills from her stomach. It seems Katie might have tried to harm herself. She had been dealing with depression for some time. But yes, she's fine now, or I wouldn't have seen her at Jane's birthday. I sank low in my chair, worry clear on my face. Hey, are you all right? Yeah, you'd think I'd feel better. My ex-wife is struggling after we split. But you're not a heartless person, so I expected more compassion from you. I stood up, put the coffee cups in the sink, and looked out the kitchen window at the gloomy weather. At least the outside matched the mood inside. So, you think I should talk to Beth about this? Yes, because this may not have been the only time Katie faced this. I've heard there were other incidents too, but Sky wasn't sure. We know about the hospital because Beth thought Katie would feel better if her friends visited her while she was being watched. Okay, thanks, Shawnee. All right, I'm heading to my parents now. Thanks for the coffee. You're welcome. I'll get you a counselor's name from my dad, too. Yeah, thanks. After Shawnee left, I sat in my living room and thought about what I should do. I knew I didn't want to get back together with Katie, even though I still loved her. After 3 years, it still hurt when I thought about her. But I couldn't ignore her if there was a way we could move forward. It took me 1.5 years to get over my sadness after we broke up, but I didn't cause the breakup. I was angry and felt bad about myself because of what happened. I believed it was easier to get over anger than guilt. I decided not to wait any longer. If I was going to talk to Beth, I might as well do it now. I found her number on my phone, took a deep breath, and dialed. Hello, Greg, how are you? Hi, Beth. I'm good. It's been a while. Yes, almost 3 years. Are you still working for that construction company? Slater's, yes. It's been good. How about you? Are you still at the hospice? Yes, but I might end up a patient there someday if they keep working me this hard. It's nice to hear your voice, Beth. I've missed our talks. I've missed you too, Greg. But you're not calling just to chat. Do you want to speak with Katie? Not yet, Beth. I wanted to talk with you first. What can I help with, dear? I heard about what happened a year ago, with Katie going to the hospital. Yes, that was a very stressful time. Is Katie okay now, Beth? Beth paused for a moment, clearly deciding what to say about her daughter. Greg, are you free this morning? Can you come over around 10 a.m.? I'm not sure I'm ready to see Katie yet, Beth. No, she'll be going out soon. Sky is picking her up to take her to the markets. They will be gone until after lunch so we can talk. All right, I will be there at 10 a.m. Bye, Beth. Walking up to Katie's mom's house felt strange. I never thought I would be here again. Memories flooded back as I arrived at the place where we spent so much time. Beth greeted me at the door with a friendly hug and a kiss on the cheek. Hi, Greg. You look great as always and not a day older. Well, officially I turned a day older yesterday. Oh, that's right. Yesterday was your birthday. A belated happy birthday. Come in from the cold. I sat down in the cozy lounge where Beth had a warm fire crackling. She returned with 2 cups of coffee. So, where do we begin, Greg? I'm not sure. Maybe just tell me how she is doing. She's doing okay, but there are times when she feels down. I nodded, hoping Beth would explain more. When I say okay, I mean not like you might remember. I haven't seen the happy Katie since before your marriage. She had a hard time with the breakup. It took her a long while to want to be around others. Now, when she does, she is quite reserved. Sometimes she goes through days where she seems sad and doesn't want to interact at all. During those tough weeks, I try to keep her busy so she doesn't focus too much on her feelings. She also has some medicine for those times. What about her job? Is this affecting her work at the law firm? She had to reduce her hours. It was hard for her to manage the work while also taking medication. I leaned back in my chair, staring at the flames and thinking about how much this has impacted Katie's life. She used to be the happiest person, full of confidence. Now, 3 years later, she still struggles and has her career on hold. Are you okay, Greg? I looked at Beth and nodded, then took a sip of my coffee. Can you tell me what happened with the sleeping pills? Well, that was just one incident. There were 2 other times she tried something similar. Did she go to the hospital? No, the first time was about 2 years ago. She didn't take enough and ended up feeling unwell. After that, I had to keep a closer eye on her. 2 years ago? Around the time of the divorce? Yes, she did it the night she received the finalized divorce letter. Oh no, I'm sorry for my language, Beth. That's fine. I've heard much worse at the hospice. And she tried again? What happened? It was about 6 or 7 months later when she did need to go to the hospital. Do you know why? Greg, please don't feel responsible for any of this. You need to understand that her choices were not your fault. I get it. But why do you care about me? Katie found out that you were in a relationship and that affected her. Oh no, I was with Vicky. I ended it because I still love Katie, but now Katie is struggling because I was seeing someone else. What a mess. Oh no, I just told Beth I still love her daughter. I guess her 3rd try was about 6 months ago when I started dating Janice. About that time, she came home one night after being out with friends, really upset and angry at you. An hour later, I heard a noise from her room and found her on the floor. She had fallen off the bed after taking some pills. I was able to help her right away. A few days later, she said it was because you were with someone else. This must have been tough for you, Beth. It has been hard, always worrying about my daughter and when she might try to hurt herself again. If I don't hear her fall or don't find the pills she has hidden, it's even worse when I'm at work and she's alone at home with time on her hands. But most of the time she seems okay, even happy sometimes. It's just those moments when she feels down or something makes her sad. I always have to stay alert. It's exhausting. I'm sorry, Beth. You shouldn't have to go through all this. I'm her mom. That's just part of my job. We sat quietly for a few minutes, listening to the fire crackle. You mentioned earlier that you still love Katie. Is that true, Greg? Are you still in love with her? Yes, I never stopped loving her. I've tried to move on, really, but I don't know how. Are you still with your girlfriend? No. Funny enough, we broke up last night at my birthday dinner. Janice wanted me to make a commitment to live together, get married, and start a family. I'm sorry to hear that, Greg. The reason I couldn't commit was because I still love Katie. I didn't want to hurt Janice. She deserves better. Beth nodded in agreement. Then I shook my head and started laughing, which surprised Beth given the serious talk we were having. Janice wanted to do something special for my birthday, so she booked a fancy restaurant without telling me where. Meanwhile, I was thinking about how to tell her at dinner that I still love my ex-wife. The surprise restaurant was Margaret's. Even Beth laughed and covered her mouth, a little embarrassed. Oh my, you weren't joking about the irony. I'm sorry for both of you. Just then, the front door opened, and Katie walked in, freezing when she saw me sitting on the couch, wrapped in her warm winter coat, with a hoodie covering her hair. Seeing Katie's lovely face and eyes made my heart skip a beat. You're back early, Katie. I thought you wouldn't be home until after lunch. It started sleeting at the market, so Sky brought me home. Katie kept gazing into my eyes, standing still. Don't just stand there and get the floor wet. Hang up your coat and take off those wet boots. Katie obeyed her mom, then pulled her hair back and adjusted her top before joining us in the living room. 3 years had passed, yet Katie looked just as I remembered. She still took my breath away without even trying. I wasn't sure if I was ready for this. Being in the same room as Katie stirred up many emotions: anger, betrayal, rejection, along with love, longing, and a sense of wanting to protect her, all mixed together in a confusing way. Greg came over to talk, Katie. He just wanted to catch up and see how you were doing. Katie sat on the couch across from me. Her body language was different, lacking the confidence I used to know. She seemed shy and uncertain. Hi, Greg. It's nice to see you. Hi, Katie. You look great, just as I remember. So do you. You haven't changed a bit. Thanks, but I feel like I have. Happy belated birthday. Thanks, Katie. Just then, Beth stood up from her chair. I'm going to start preparing lunch. Greg, will you stay? I glanced at Katie and saw the hope in her eyes, encouraging me to agree. I could never say no to you, Beth. Good. I'll leave you two to catch up. I'm sure you have a lot to talk about. Once Beth left the room, I turned back to Katie, trying hard to hold back my feelings. Then I noticed she was still wearing her wedding ring. Our wedding ring. I didn't know how to react. Over the past 3 years, I had tried and failed to move on, and it was clear Katie hadn't either. I heard Shawnee and John got married. How is he doing? He's good. He hasn't changed much, except now Shawnee has him completely under control. I like Shawnee. She was the only one who wasn't difficult to deal with. I could see Katie pause, trying to stop herself from bringing up the past between us. Yeah, she's amazing. She feels like the sister I never had. Just this morning, she told me I should talk to you and Beth. Really? Shawnee said that? Yes, not all your friends are like Rachel and Simone. I'm not friends with them anymore. Just Sky and Jane now. I've seen Shani a few times when she's with them. Do you go out much? Do you still enjoy dancing? No, I've lost interest in that. Katie used to love dancing, spending almost all her time on the dance floor at clubs. It was sad to see that a big spark seemed to be missing from her, like her inner light had gone out. Your mom told me you're working part-time now. Do you have plans to go back to full-time? Hopefully one day, but I'm not sure if I'm ready yet. Are you still at Slater's? Yep, doing well. I'm not the lead engineer yet, but I'm working on it. I heard you're seeing someone. Is she nice? We broke up last night, and yes, she was nice. Katie looked at the fireplace, fidgeting in her seat. She seemed as uneasy with the conversation as I was. There were things we both wanted to say, but neither of us had the courage at that moment. Just then, Beth walked back into the room and told us lunch was ready. We both got up and followed her to the dining room. Sitting down, we put some food on our plates, and it was awkwardly quiet. Noticing the silence, Beth decided to start talking. You know, Greg, when my husband William died, we had just bought this house. Katie was almost 2 at the time. We had good friends, good jobs, and we were planning to give Katie a brother or a sister. We were so happy. Then a sudden accident took him away. It felt like that accident took my joy with it. Both Katie and I listened quietly as Beth shared her story. I was heartbroken, and I'm not sure how I would have coped if not for little Katie. My friends wanted me to start dating again, but I used Katie and my work to avoid facing it. The first and only real relationship I had after Katie's dad passed was with a wonderful man named Thomas when Katie was about 8. Uncle Thomas? You were seeing Uncle Thomas? Katie, he wasn't really your uncle. We called him that to make things easier for you. I'm a bit surprised, Mom. What else have you kept from me? Shush, Katie, and let me finish. Yes, we called him Uncle so you wouldn't be upset. By then, Katie was already very confident, outgoing, and pretty. All the kids around would do whatever Katie wanted and happily followed her around, especially the little boys. They were like lost puppies whenever she paid them any attention. Stop, Mom! You make me sound like some bossy kid! Katie giggled and smiled, revealing the dimples I loved so much. Boys still act like lost puppies around you, Katie. I know I did. Katie looked at me and smiled. It was hard to stay mad with a smile that made me feel all warm inside. Anyway, back to my story. I dated Thomas for over 3 years. He wanted us to live together and become a family. In the end, I decided not to do it because I told myself I didn't want to change anything for Katie. We broke up shortly after. Mom, you should have told me. I'm sure I could have gotten used to having him around. He was always so nice to me. I know I should have. I was scared. It's the one thing in my life I regret. Sometimes you only get one chance at real happiness. If you're lucky like me, you get 2. Don't waste them. Do you hear me, you two? Katie stood up and walked over to her mom, and they shared a warm hug. We continued our lunch, but the mood in the room felt lighter after Beth told her story. We chatted easily, almost like we were back in the days when Katie and I were newly married and lived with Beth. We would all sit at this same table for our meals. After lunch, I said I should be going, but Katie looked at me with eyes full of hope, as if asking me to stay. Wait, Greg, I have something for you. Do you have a few minutes? Yeah, of course. Come on, let me show you. Katie didn't wait for my answer. She walked toward her bedroom, the same one we had shared when we were first married. I glanced at Beth with a curious look, and she encouraged me with a nod. So I got up and followed Katie into what used to be our room. When I walked in, Katie was reaching for a box on the tall shelf above her wardrobe and was having a hard time. I quickly stepped in behind her. Here, let me help. Katie was right in front of me, and I could sense her closeness. Thanks. She moved aside so I could pull the box down. I placed the large box on the bed, and Katie began to open it. Greg, these are your things that were still in the apartment when I moved back here. I wanted to keep them safe for you, and it felt nice having something of yours with me. I leaned in to see what was inside the box. It held an assortment of clothes, trophies, keepsakes, DVDs, and some framed photos. Each item reminded me of my time with Katie. You kept all of this? Of course, I couldn't throw it away. I was hoping you would come back for it someday. I looked into Katie's shining gray eyes, and my resolve to keep my distance was fading fast. It seemed like Katie felt it too. She gently reached out to touch my hand, and that moment changed everything. I stepped closer to her, and we shared a long, warm kiss. Her hands found my face as we kissed, and it felt like time stood still. It lasted for what seemed like forever. All the stress, feelings, and wishes we had all came together in that one kiss. When we finally pulled away, we stood close, hugging each other with our heads resting on each other's shoulders. After a moment, I stepped back. Katie, we need to talk about some things. She didn't say anything but nodded. Can I put the box back now? Don't you want your things? I do, but I can get them later, okay? That's fine. After putting the box back, I invited Katie to sit on the bed beside me to talk. First, about what just happened. I need to take things slowly. I'm not sure where this is heading or if it will work at all. I just don't know. Katie took my hand and squeezed it gently. Can I ask you something, Greg? Sure. Do you still care about me? Do I still care about you? Yes, I do. I wanted to stop, but I couldn't. I haven't stopped caring for you, Katie, not for a single day. Katie smiled warmly at me. Then I will take it slow, too. I'll give you all the time you need. I'll do anything you ask. With that, she leaned against me. Katie, you are one of the smartest people I know, so it's hard for me to understand the way you've been feeling. You are really worrying your mom, Katie. Surely you realize what you would have done to her if things had gone differently. Katie leaned forward, putting her head in her hands. It's hard to talk about. I've thought about these times so much. I think the only thing that kept me going through my sadness was the hope that maybe you still loved me, that you would somehow come back. So when you got the final divorce letter, I felt all my hope was gone. Without the chance of you coming back, I lost hope for myself too. I let my guilt and sadness take over. Did you feel that way during the other times as well? Yes. When I heard you were dating someone else, it felt like I was losing you even more. I knew you would find someone eventually, but facing that was really hard for me. Okay. Can you promise me something right now? No matter what happens between us from now on, that you will never try to hurt yourself again? I would love to say yes, but it's not something I planned or thought through. What if we take away the reasons for it then? You said you felt guilt, self-hatred, and sadness about losing me. I'd give you a degree in psychology because I tried talking to 2 doctors about this and it didn't go well. Yes, but you weren't with me when I was going through that, were you? Katie sat up and looked at me. No, you weren't. Are you really ready to hear about all the mistakes I made? I don't know, Katie, but I want to try. Katie rested her head on my shoulder again. I could hear her begin to cry. I really messed this up, Greg. I messed this up so much. Hey, let's stop that. I want you to promise me one thing you can keep, okay? What is it? That we will be completely honest with ourselves from now on. If we talk to someone about this, we can't hold anything back. Can you promise me that? Okay, yes, I can promise that. I just wonder if you will still love me when we are done. Oh, I think I will. I might not like everything we discover, but I don't think I have a choice. When do you want to start? Shawnee's dad is a marriage counselor. Today, Shawnee is getting a name of someone good who can help us. It was meant to help me figure out why I struggled in relationships because of you. But now we can do it together. I'm sorry I caused trouble in your relationships. Actually, not really, but I am sorry. I know, and right now I'm not that sorry either, so let's forget about that and focus on us, okay? Deal. We walked back into the living room, still holding hands. Beth nearly fainted when she saw us. Later that evening, I was in my apartment cooking pasta when my phone rang. It was Shawnee. Hi, Shawnee. Hi, Greg. Did you get a chance to talk with Beth? Yeah, I went over to see her. Really? Was Katie there? Not at first. She was out with Sky but came home early because of the weather. Oh, did you talk? Yeah. Beth told me about what happened with the sleeping pills and then Katie walked in. How did you feel? Geez, you are curious, Shawnee. She looked great, just as I remembered. I didn't ask how she looked. I asked how you felt about seeing her. I'll be honest, I felt a bit emotional, but it was nice to see her. Did you stay long? Did you 2 talk alone? I stayed for lunch and a bit of the afternoon. Yes, we went to her room and talked for a while. That's great. I'm glad you're working through this, Greg. Yeah, well, that's not all. We kissed too. Wow, okay. I didn't see that coming. She agreed that we would both see someone to work through everything. Good. Oh yes, the reason for my call, sorry for getting sidetracked. My dad recommended Dr. Anna Forsyth. Dad said she is one of the best in her field and a close friend, so he should be able to set it up. She has written books and gives lectures, so she knows her stuff. That sounds good. Can you send me the details when you have them? Also, let your dad know that it's for both Katie and me. Sure, I will. I need to go now. Bye, Greg. Bye, Shawnee. Katie and I walked into the lobby of Dr. Forsyth's office. We checked in at the reception and took a seat. Soon, a woman who looked to be around 60 years old came out of her office and called our names. Mr. and Mrs. Johnson. We stood up, and she led us into her office where we sat down. Hi, Katie and Greg. I'm Dr. Anna Forsyth, but you can just call me Anna. Hi, Anna. Nice to meet you. Just to clarify, we're not actually married. We're divorced. I thought it was best to clear that up right away. Anna then looked at her notes. I see. You mentioned Katie Schaefer when you called, but her insurance shows her name as Katie Johnson. Is that correct, Katie? Yes, I never changed my name back. I was surprised, so Katie was still Katie Johnson. All right, let's get started. I wanted to have both of you here today to talk about your relationship, what has happened, and what you both hope to achieve from these sessions. After this, I will likely see you one at a time before meeting again as a group to work towards a resolution. We both nodded as Anna continued. First, let me share a few guidelines before we start. 1. You need to be honest with me and with yourselves. Sometimes that means being very straightforward, or you might leave here without any benefit. 2. No insults or name-calling, and while you can voice your concerns, keep it respectful. You're here to work on your issues, not create new ones. And 3. Feel free to ask questions at any time if you don't understand why I'm asking something. It's important to know that this process may feel uncomfortable at times. If you grasp why I ask certain things, you might find it easier to confront those feelings. Are we all set? Again, we both nodded. All right, you were married and then divorced. Greg, can you give me a brief summary of when you met, when you got married, what happened, and when you divorced? Katie, please jump in if you want to add or correct anything. We met during our first week at college. We were both 18 years old when we met. A few days later, we started dating and stayed together through college. We got engaged early in our 4th year and married soon after graduation. We were 22 at that time. Can I ask if either of you had serious relationships before college? The interviewer asked. Katie? Yes, I had one serious relationship in high school, Katie responded. How long did that last? We started dating when we were 16 and broke up just before graduation, so about 2 years. Greg, what about you? I didn't have any serious relationships before Katie. So Katie was your first serious relationship? Yes, that's right. After you graduated, what did you both study? The interviewer asked. Engineering, Greg said. Law, Katie added. Interesting. Are you working in your fields now? Yes, I work as an engineer at Slater's Construction here in the city, Greg said. I'm a contract lawyer at Douglas and Fairbanks, also in the city, but I'm part-time at the moment, Katie added. Why are you part-time? I've been dealing with depression, so I needed to reduce my workload. I assume that's a big reason for your conversation today. Is that correct? The interviewer asked. Yes, Katie replied. Greg, please continue with your story. You've just graduated and got married. We lived at Katie's mom's house in a suburb close to the city. Then both of us found jobs in our fields. After about 6 months of marriage, we got our own apartment. Then... Is this where things started to go wrong? The interviewer asked Greg. Yes, about a year after we got married is when the issues began. Was this a one-time situation or was it ongoing? It was ongoing, Greg admitted. Was it an affair? The interviewer inquired. Greg wasn't sure how to answer, so he looked at Katie. That's hard to explain, Katie said. Was it you, Katie, who had connections outside the marriage? The interviewer asked. Yes. You mentioned it was hard to explain. Why is that? Well, he was my ex-boyfriend from high school. We had some history, but the interactions were more than friendship, Katie explained. Dr. Forsythe leaned back in her chair, processing the information. This does sound complicated. You don't have to answer if you're uncomfortable, she said. Okay. Did these interactions continue until Greg found out? The interviewer asked Katie. Yes, she confirmed. Did he confront you? Did that lead to your separation and divorce? Yes, that's correct. When was your divorce finalized? About a year after Greg and I separated, which was 2 years ago. You mentioned struggling with depression, Katie. Did this start because of the end of your marriage and what happened? The interviewer asked. Yes, it did. I have been finding it hard to handle everything, I guess. Have you talked to a professional before about your feelings? Yes, I have seen 2 different counselors. Can you share their names with me later so I can contact them for you? Sure. Thanks, Katie. Dr. Forsythe wrote some notes for a minute before looking at us again. Now let's talk about what you want to achieve from these sessions. Greg, what do you hope for? I wish for Katie to not feel sad anymore and to be her happy self again. That's kind, Greg, but that's something Katie might want. I want you to think about what you want. You should be a little selfish here. This felt challenging. What did I truly want? I looked down at the floor as I spoke. I want to know if Katie and I can have a future together. If I can forgive her for what happened, to understand her reasons, if we can still be happy and in love. Thank you, Greg. That was not easy, I'm sure. Now, Katie, it's your turn. Katie looked at me for a moment, gathering her courage before answering. I want us to be together again. I want to make sure I never do anything to hurt him again, and to stop feeling bad about myself. Thank you, Katie. You both have taken a big step today. This is the first of many. Well done. For the next step, I want to meet with Katie alone for a few sessions, then it will be your turn, Greg. The number of sessions will depend on what we need to work through and how open you both are with yourselves and with me. I won't hide it. These sessions will be hard for both of you. You might not like some of the truths we discover, but it's necessary if you want to be happy in the end, whether that's together or apart. That's all for today. Please give this note to reception, and they will help you book the next sessions, starting with Katie. We both stood and left Dr. Forsythe's office. Katie had her first session in just 2 days, with 2 more planned for next week. I drove Katie home to her mom's place. We didn't talk much on the way, but Katie held my hand the whole time. It was 2 p.m. on Tuesday when I arrived for my first solo session with Anna. It had been over 2 weeks since our first session, and since then, Katie had 5 one-on-one sessions with Dr. Forsythe. Katie was also told not to discuss her sessions with me until I had completed my own one-on-one time. I was asked to give Katie some space over the last 2 weeks. Please come in, Greg. I walked into the office. Good afternoon, Dr. Forsythe. Just call me Anna, please. Yes, sorry, Anna. First, I want to make sure that you and Katie have not talked about her sessions with me. That's right. We don't live together, so we've kept our distance lately. Good. I wanted you both to avoid discussing this because it's easier for you to think and feel without having to explain yourself to someone affected by it. These sessions are for you to sort through your thoughts and feelings, helping you move forward, with or without each other. Okay, let's begin. Anna looked over her notes, and I wondered if they were from our first session or from her time with Katie. First, I want to say that the sessions with Katie have been very helpful. Some things she has shared might help us get through our sessions more quickly. And just to be clear, Greg, these sessions focus on what you want and need, not Katie. We'll address what you both want together in the joint sessions later. Is that okay? Yes, I understand. Can you tell me how you felt about Katie during your time in college? Did you love her from the beginning, or did it grow later? Yes, I loved Katie from the start. I was really taken with her as soon as I saw her. She was the most beautiful girl I had ever seen, and when we started talking, I just felt a strong connection. I never questioned that feeling. Tell me about your first time being close with Katie. I understand that happened about a week or 2 after your first date. Yes, that's right. It was amazing. I didn't know it could be that wonderful. Did you have similar experiences before Katie? Yes, I briefly dated 2 different girls in my last year of high school. And were you close with them? How many times, roughly? Twice with each girl. Okay, did you realize that you had less experience than Katie when you started your relationship? No. Katie mentioned she had only been with 2 people too. She wasn't dishonest, but she also didn't go into detail. That's normal. No one has to share if they don't want to. So, during that first time, did you notice that Katie seemed to know more than you? Yes, I kind of had a sense of that. She was the one leading everything, telling me what she wanted. It seemed like she was completely in charge of what we did. How did that experience compare to your past ones? It was completely different. That was definitely the best time I've ever had. I told Katie that too, if I remember right. The best you ever had! That's what Katie said you told her. Yeah, it was. Did she mention it was the best for her as well? No, I don't think so. I think she just said she was happy for me, but I could be wrong. That was 10 years ago now. During those college years before you left campus, how often did you two spend time together? Was it easy to find places to be alone? We probably spent time together almost every day. The only times we didn't were when we couldn't find a place. We had to be sneaky a lot. We often found ourselves in public places since we had few options. Did the risk of being seen make it more exciting for you? For me, not really. The stress and rushing were more than the excitement. Don't get me wrong, I felt excitement. But Katie seemed to enjoy the thrill a lot more. Did Katie find those spots to take you? Yes. Would you have preferred a quiet room instead? Yes, that would have made things easier. Dr. Forsythe looked down at her notes and made a few updates. Okay, you moved off campus in your 3rd year, right? Yes, I shared an apartment with 2 friends and Katie did the same with hers. Did that arrangement work better for spending time with Katie compared to the risky places? Yes, those 2 years were great. We could take our time and be together almost whenever we wanted. After moving into the apartment, did you have any risky encounters? No, not that I remember. Did Katie ever ask to sneak off somewhere again? Maybe a few times at the beginning, but we had her room or mine to use, so I told her there was no need to take that risk. Did you ever think that Katie might enjoy the thrill and you didn't want to provide that for her? I paused and thought about that question. Honestly, I don't think I considered it that much. I was around 20 or 21 and didn't really understand Katie's feelings then. I wish I had known. If I had, I would have tried to give her what she wanted. Don't be too hard on yourself. Understanding a woman's feelings can be tough, even after many years of being together. Just ask my first husband. Anna smiled at me. This was the first time I saw her relaxed and a bit more personal. I nodded and smiled back. To share a bit of my past, Greg, I was also cheated on in my first marriage. We could never fix things, but I was lucky to meet my wonderful husband. We have been together for over 30 years and have 3 great kids. So, Greg, sometimes when a marriage has problems, it might not always be best to save it. I'm not saying that's the case for you and Katie, but keep that in mind. Don't just focus on getting back together. First, ask yourself if you should. I agreed as Dr. Forsyth took a few notes before continuing. I want to move ahead to about a year after you got married when Katie started seeing her ex-boyfriend again. You didn't know about these meetings at the time, but did you notice any change in Katie around then? How she acted on the days she met him or the day after? No, I've thought a lot about this since I found out. I couldn't think of anything that hinted it might happen. She seemed the same to me every day. We had a good relationship and did everything together. We were still very close, even on the day before or after she met him. Since Katie isn't here, let's be clear about what she was doing, Greg. She was meeting her ex-boyfriend. We should stop calling him her ex at this point. We can call him by his name. What do you prefer? His name is Jake. Okay, so for 2 years, Katie was seeing Jake almost every Friday. I understand that you and Katie spent your Friday nights with your friends, and Katie made it clear that her friends from high school were trying to make you unavailable so they could spend time with Jake instead. Is that how you see it? Yes, they succeeded, but I wonder if Katie wanted their help in that. Do you think Katie planned this? I don't think she helped plan it before she saw Jake the first time, but after that, I believe she did. I think she wanted to meet him every Friday and made sure that happened. What makes you think she didn't plan to meet him the first time? I overheard Katie talking with her 2 high school friends about it the day I left her. Dr. Forsyth looked at her notes again. That would be Rachel and Simone, right? Yes. Katie was upset with them for setting up that first meeting with Jake. She was upset with them, blaming them for her marriage problems, saying it was their fault for bringing Jake to the club that night. How did you hear this conversation? I was at our apartment door, just there to pick up the rest of my things. I could hear them talking inside, or more like yelling. Was this the next day, Saturday? No, I went back to the apartment on Friday night after a friend told me about Katie and Jake. I stayed there that night and woke up with Katie beside me. I confronted her that morning, then spent that night at a friend's place. Sunday morning, I came back to collect my stuff. I saw her friend's car outside, and when I reached the door, I could hear them arguing inside. I listened for a bit before going in. So, Katie blamed them for bringing Jake to the club. Did you overhear anything else before you stepped in? Yeah, quite a bit. All right, just so you know, Katie has explained her side about why her friends arranged for her to meet Jake and what she told them before it happened. Did their conversation help explain any of this for you? Yes, in a pretty straightforward way. Oh? How so? Well, Rachel and Simone didn't appreciate being blamed for what Katie chose to do, and they made that clear to her. All right. Do you remember what they said to her? Yes, I remember it all too well. It used to replay in my head when I was first dealing with everything. Would you mind sharing? I'd like to understand if it aligns with what Katie said her reasons were. I looked down, taking a breath. It was tough to say aloud, a hit to my pride. Remember, Greg, Dr. Forsyth said gently, I warned you this could be uncomfortable. I looked up at her reassuring face, encouraging me to go on. For one thing, they told Katie that they didn't force her into anything. They said it was her choice, not theirs. Dr. Forsythe nodded, letting me continue at my own pace. They told her she had always made her own choices, and even went as far as to remind her of times when she had made sure our nights out wouldn't interfere with any plans she had with Jake. Dr. Forsythe listened intently, her notes in hand, offering a silent space for me to share what I needed to. After a few moments of silence, she spoke softly. "Are there other parts that are hard to share, or would you rather leave it there?" I nodded, and after a pause, continued briefly. Essentially, they told her she had wanted this and that she was the one who made certain choices for herself. Dr. Forsythe gave a gentle nod, understanding the weight of the words. They said Katie had told them everything, and then they set up a meeting for her and Jake because of it. I know that was tough for you, Greg, but things are about to get much more difficult. Now we are at the core of the issues you need to face to move on. Isn't this something Katie should deal with too? Yes, she's been through her sessions, but Katie has her own set of challenges that you won't have to face. Like what? The guilt she must feel? Yes, among other things. Okay, are you ready? This will be hard for you, but it's important to answer honestly and thoughtfully. Take your time with each question. Dr. Forsythe looked down at her notes. First, Katie said you could not please her as well as Jake could. Do you think that is true? I assume so. Why else would she have bothered with all this? How did that make you feel, knowing another man could please the woman you love better? I felt hurt and betrayed. It seemed like she valued our relationship so little that it came down to who was better with her. It was painful to think she would risk what we had for someone else. Dr. Forsythe wrote some notes and then looked back at me. I should tell you that this took a lot of time to work through with Katie. However, there seems to be a misunderstanding between what you think Katie felt and what she actually felt. Both you and Katie have told me before that you enjoyed being intimate often. I use the word enjoyed, Greg, because do you really believe Katie would choose to be with you so much if she didn't enjoy it? I never understood why we were intimate so much if she wanted someone else. I thought maybe her guilt played a role, but we were intimate just as often before she met him. I honestly don't know. To ease your mind, Katie did enjoy being with you very much. We will discuss why Katie wanted to be with Jake and why she shared that with her friends. I took a deep breath. This was getting harder. The next question is whether you could provide her with the same joy that he could. Were you able to help Katie experience joy in that way? Not during intercourse. That bothered me for a long time. We worked hard to help her, but she couldn't reach that joy that way. How did you feel knowing she could feel that joy with Jake, something you couldn't give her? For a long time, I felt like I wasn't good enough, that it was my fault. I struggled with my self-confidence for a long time. What changed that? When I started a new relationship, I was able to make her very happy. It felt like a huge relief. It wasn't that I couldn't make Katie happy. She just needed something different from me. You have thought about this a lot, haven't you? Unfortunately, yes. All right, Greg, you are doing well. One more question. Katie mentioned that you were not as well endowed as her previous partner. How did that make you feel being compared to him? I felt inadequate and smaller in spirit. It hurt to know that Katie thought I wasn't enough for her. Did Katie use the word small to describe you, or is that how you feel she sees you? I think it's how she sees me. I heard from her friends that she wasn't happy with how I measured up. Not happy with it, or just that it was smaller. Why would she talk about it if she was happy with it? I will address that in a moment. Let's move on. Okay, how did you feel when Katie shared her thoughts about you with her friends? Did that hurt because it was someone you loved and trusted? Yes, I felt like she was making fun of me. It was painful to realize she didn't respect me enough to keep those thoughts private. It hurt to know she was so disappointed that she talked about it with others. Great job, Greg. Take a moment to collect your thoughts. Dr. Forsythe took notes for a few minutes before speaking again. Greg, in my sessions with Katie, we focused a lot on helping her be honest with herself about why she was with someone else. This will help explain why she expressed her frustrations to her friends. First off, did Katie ever tell you why she was with someone outside of your relationship? No, not really. She just said they got along well and that she couldn't resist. That makes sense. I don't think Katie truly understood her own reasons when she shared those thoughts with you. I don't think she realized why she felt the way she did, just that she felt something. It took Katie almost 2 full sessions to understand her relationship with Jake. She learned how it changed since they first began being intimate and why she started to desire that again during your marriage. I hope this helps explain things for you. First, according to Katie, Jake is quite well endowed. I'm not saying this to hurt you, Greg, just hear me out. Katie mentioned that when they first became intimate, it was very painful for her. She felt inexperienced and thought she was disappointing Jake because it was hard for her to be open to him. Katie then discovered that she could relax and allow more of him to come closer. She said that to do this, she had to accept her desire for him. She explained that when she let herself embrace that feeling, it brought her a lot more joy. She talked about needing to be in a certain mindset to truly enjoy the experience. When she was, the pleasure she felt was unlike anything she had felt before. Katie shared that she could reach fulfillment repeatedly, but pointed out that it wasn't just about Jake's size. Instead, it was about her own feelings and acceptance of her desires. I was surprised by all of this. Did Katie have a side to her that I didn't know about? Then there was the excitement of taking risks. Katie shared that she enjoyed the thrill of being a little daring with you when you both lived in the dorms. She said she learned to crave that feeling and would choose spots that had a higher chance of being discovered. When you both moved into apartments, she mentioned that you didn't want to take those risks anymore. She tried to encourage you to continue, but she sensed that you didn't feel the same way, so she stopped. When Jake appeared at the club, along with her desire to connect with him, she also felt the excitement of risking being caught again. Maybe now you can understand why Katie found it hard to explain her actions. There wasn't just one reason, it was a mix of feelings she didn't fully grasp at the time. Once she felt pleasure, she often wanted more. Not all the time, but sometimes, and that was something you weren't able to give her. Part of it came from the fact that it wasn't you who was providing that for her. I want to remind you again, Katie insisted that this didn't mean she enjoyed being with you any less. She mentioned that being with you was wonderful because it was with the person she loved. She desired being with you much more than she did with Jake. But the fact that she sometimes wanted to be with Jake and couldn't control that is a big part of her sadness. She felt bad every time she did it, and even more so, she hated herself for wanting it. She felt weak for not being able to stop, especially knowing how much it hurt you. I sat quietly, then slowly rubbed my face. After all this time, I was starting to understand why everything happened, why she was unfaithful to me. So, when she talked to her friends about Jake being better than me, are you saying she was frustrated because she wasn't just missing being with Jake, but also the thrill of being with him and the risks she took with me? That is one way to put it, yes. You've expressed it quite well. Again, I looked out the window, thinking about how long it took to reach this understanding. If Katie had been able to explain this when we were together, maybe things could have turned out differently. Okay, Greg, we need to get back to working through your feelings about all this. Understanding the reasons behind it doesn't mean the feelings will go away. We still need to work through them, all right? I looked back at Dr. Forsyth and nodded, ready to continue. Greg, when describing how you felt about why Katie was unfaithful, you used words like hurt, betrayed, low self-confidence, feeling inadequate, and disappointed. Do you agree with those? And would you like to add any other words to describe your feelings about why Katie was unfaithful? No, nothing more. I could add many emotional words to explain my reactions when Katie was unfaithful, but I'm not sure that would help right now. Words like anger or resentment. Those feelings are perfectly normal. We all react emotionally when we're hurt. While those emotions can help us cope in the moment, simply reliving them won't help you move forward. Tell me, Greg, do you still feel the same way now, 3 years later? My confidence and self-esteem aren't low anymore. The 2 relationships I've had since then have really helped me feel better about myself. As for feeling inadequate, I guess that's different for everyone. I probably wouldn't feel that way compared to most men, but maybe to some who are different. Still, there's nothing I can do about that. And about feeling mocked or belittled by her friends. That doesn't bother me anymore. The 2 friends are not Katie's friends now, and I really don't care what they think. What still troubles me is the lack of respect Katie showed. Her actions broke the trust between us, which connects back to that disrespect. I also feel like she thought less of me, even if she never said that directly. Those are the main feelings I have. Good job, Greg. Today hasn't been easy for you, but we made some great progress. We focused on your breakup and your feelings, working to find out what matters to you. In the next session, we'll work on those two concerns to see if you can handle them alone or if you need Katie's help. I want to schedule another session for you later this week. Can you come again so soon? I think you'll just need one more. Yes, my work hours are flexible, so I can adjust my schedule. Please take this note to the reception and see what they can do for you. See you later this week, Greg. Thanks, Anna. That evening, I got home from work when Katie called. Hi, Greg. How did your first session with Anna go? It went okay, Katie, but I'm not sure we should talk about it just yet since I have another session on Thursday. Oh, I just wanted to check if you're okay, not the details. Yeah, I'm good. It's tough facing everything, though. And that was just one session. I hope you're managing well after 5. Yeah, it's been hard, but I've learned some things about myself in those sessions. Is it different from the sessions you had with the 2 therapists before? Oh, yes, very different. They sort of ignored my relationship with you. They treated breakups as something to just get over. They focused on my sadness without understanding why I felt that way. They just gave me medication and sent me home. This time I'm working through the reasons for my sadness, one step at a time. And that has taken 5 sessions? That's a lot to cover. We could have done it in maybe 3 sessions, if I'm honest. I spent a lot of time avoiding the truth with Anna, not wanting to face things about myself or our relationship. It's been really hard, but I eventually got through it. That's good to hear. Anna thinks I'll only need one more session before we finish our joint sessions next week. Great. The main reason I'm calling is to see what you're doing on Saturday night. Would you like to go see a movie with me? I was quiet. This would be our first real outing since we got divorced. Katie must have noticed how I felt. It doesn't have to be a date, Greg. We can just go as friends like we used to. It's fine, Katie. If you want it to be a date, it can be. I'll pick you up at 7 p.m., and we can share a big popcorn and soda like before. Thanks, Greg. I would love that. I'll see you Saturday then. Bye, Katie. Bye, Greg. I sat down in Dr. Forsyth's office for my second session. Anna was looking over her notes before we started talking. Today, Greg, we will work on the main issues you need to address so you can move forward, whether with Katie or without her. There are 2 main points. First, you felt a lack of respect from Katie, which also relates to the trust that was broken in your relationship. We can consider these as one issue. The second point is that you feel you cannot meet Katie's emotional needs. You think you aren't enough for her. Hearing Anna say that was tough. Okay, Greg, you're smart, and I know you have thought a lot about your breakup with Katie. Can you tell me if you figured out why Katie showed you such little respect by being with someone else? I think her desire for companionship was stronger than the risk of losing me. It felt like she didn't love me as much as I loved her. But those are 2 different ideas. Do you still believe that Katie's love for you was less than your love for her? I thought for a moment, recalling how we were together and everything Katie has been through since our breakup. It became clear that she always loved me just as I loved her. No, I believe she does love me. I think it was easier for me to cope with what happened if I convinced myself that her love wasn't as strong. Do you want to change your second idea then? Yes, I want to remove it. So now we are left with you feeling that she prioritized her own needs over your relationship. Would you agree? Yes. Anna looked back at her notes, writing a bit more, then glanced at me. Now you see that our 2 points are really one? Yes, I understand. So, what we need to work on, Greg, is how you can overcome your feelings of not being enough for Katie and her need for emotional support that you believe you cannot provide. And I want to make it clear, Greg, this isn't about whether you are actually good or not at meeting those needs. Both Katie and your friends believe you can make someone happy in a relationship. This part is about your worry that you might not be good enough for Katie and learning how to move past that feeling. I don't know if I can make Katie happy like Jake did, so I'm not sure how we can get beyond this. Does that mean you think you can't have a relationship with Katie if you can't make her happy in that way, like Jake did? This was something I hadn't considered until now. I looked out of Dr. Forsyth's office window, taking a moment to think before I answered. My pride tells me this could end our relationship. If we were together, I might feel like I'm not enough, and that could ruin what we have. Dr. Forsyth waited for me to continue. I'm sure Katie would promise not to look elsewhere, to put our relationship first, but I would still worry about her happiness. I feel selfish wanting her to be loyal while she might not be completely fulfilled. That's a thoughtful way to look at it, Greg. I know this is tough. Yes, it really is. So, the main obstacles to enjoying a relationship with Katie seem to be your worries about not being enough for her and feeling like you're denying her happiness. Is that how you see it? Yes, that sounds right. Remember in our first session I told you it's important to think about whether being with Katie is truly right for you, not just how to fix things. Yes, I remember. This is where you need to decide if you want to try to overcome these obstacles or if you should accept that a successful relationship with Katie might not be possible. I sat in silence for a few minutes, thinking about a choice that could affect my future. It felt like one of those turning points in life. If I do want to try to overcome these obstacles, what would that involve? First, both you and Katie would need to recognize these issues together and then decide on a way to address them. The first issue is your belief that Katie might not be happy with you. Remember, Katie enjoys being close to you, but we are discussing her past experiences with Jake. So you feel that Katie may not be fully content with just being with you and that she might be looking for something she had with Jake, Anna began. There are a few ways we can explore how to address this, and we'll find one that's right for both of you. She continued. Then, there's also the concern that if Katie doesn't feel fulfilled, it could affect your relationship. The goal would be to work together to prevent any disconnect. I interrupted, feeling a bit frustrated. Are you saying that I should be okay with Katie seeing Jake again? To repeat what she did before? Anna shook her head. Not at all. There are various approaches to consider that could fulfill both your needs without anyone else involved. And even if you were to explore an option involving someone else, it wouldn't be cheating because cheating involves secrecy and deception. In any scenario, both of you would need to be on the same page, openly agreeing together. Sure, I get the difference, I said, though the thought still bothered me. But that would still mean choosing a situation where I'd feel on the sidelines. Anna looked thoughtful. Greg, you felt that way before, but you can only feel that once with the same situation. You've faced it already, and if you choose to rebuild with Katie, it could be an entirely new chapter. Think of it like being from a place you either are or you aren't. She chuckled softly, lightening the mood a bit. I smiled too, finding some humor in how complicated things had become. So what you're saying is there might be ways to help Katie feel content, and we can consider different ways to do that. Exactly, Anna replied. All right, let's go through them. I want to see if there's anything that could actually work for us. Good. Just remember that both of you will need to discuss these options together, and you'll each need to feel comfortable with the choice. We'll address Katie's needs and concerns in the joint session next week. But for now, let's talk about the possibilities, along with the pros and cons. She began with the first option. One option is to allow Katie to find what she's missing with someone else, if that's what both of you agree on, whether it's with Jake or someone else. Seriously? After all we've been through? I don't see the point if this was already part of the issue. Anna nodded. I understand, Greg. Katie didn't plan this out. When she acted before, she felt something was missing, but she didn't approach you about it. It was about her own need, and unfortunately, she acted on it alone. She paused, letting that sink in. This time, it would be about both of you making a decision together, openly and honestly. It's a big part of why she feels guilty and angry with herself. She feels bad for allowing things to get so out of hand that it hurt your marriage, not just when she was unfaithful, but also for not trying to fix it. Good points. We already know this can help Katie feel fulfilled, which would make this the simplest choice if that's all that matters. Drawbacks. Other people are involved in making Katie feel fulfilled. If not Jake, who will be the next person? How many people will Katie need to meet before she finds the right fit? If you go with Jake, how will that impact you? How will it affect you no matter who it is? I can't even think about that choice right now. I sighed and rubbed my face. Next option. There are toys. This includes things like different kinds of personal devices. Let's start with the first type. Good points. They could add some fun for both of you and there's no one else involved. Drawbacks. Katie has used toys before and it didn't really work well for her on her own. We have never used toys. Katie didn't even have one when we were together, just a small device I got for her. Actually, this came up in Katie's discussions. You didn't realize she had some toys at home. She felt shy about showing them to you or using them around you due to what they meant. I don't want to dismiss this idea entirely since it could be different if you were with her when she uses them. What do you mean she was shy about what they meant? She had a few different toys, and they were bigger than you. She worried you might think she was unhappy with how things were between you two. But she wasn't. She was, Greg. Sometimes she wanted more than what you could provide. She was worried you might not understand that. Okay, I see. The third option is personal sleeves. If you're not familiar, these are rubber or silicone coverings that fit over you. They can add some length and width while allowing you to still be together. I think I've seen them. They look a bit like a toy with a space for you. Exactly. They need to be the right size, so you'll have to measure yourself carefully before buying. Good points. No one else needs to be involved, and both of you might enjoy this better. But remember, you'll need to get the size right, and there may not be many choices. There is a chance it might not provide the satisfaction she wants. It could take a few tries to find one that works well, and you'll need to think about comfort during use. Will it fit properly? Can you move easily while using a sleeve? This may depend on how well the options fit or the brand you choose. Okay, are there any other choices? You could consider using a strap-on or a special device that works with it. Besides those, not really. I have not mentioned the option of getting back together, where Katie might not feel the same way as before. Over time, she might want those feelings back. If that happens, she could feel upset with you or herself for not having that. It could hurt your relationship. Imagine if you never felt satisfied during your time together. Would that bother you if that continued throughout your life together? So we're left with me sometimes using a device or a strap-on with Katie or going back to Jake? Yes, that sums it up. Remember, these options are only for when Katie wants to explore them. They won't be everyday things. Are you willing to consider these options for a relationship that might work for both of you? Or do you want to stop pursuing this relationship? Do you need my answer now? I need to know before our session next week. I have to prepare for whether we will explore options together, or if I will work with Katie on her own to help her grow without you. If you decide not to move forward, you won't need to be involved. What about me? I've had 2 relationships that didn't work because I still care for Katie. How will I know if I'm ready to move on without her? Greg, if you decide not to continue with Katie, you are choosing not to let your feelings for her control you. You understand now why your marriage ended, and it wasn't all your fault. Over time, it will become easier to let go and truly open your heart to someone new. I believe that. So, if I choose to walk away, you're saying I should be able to move on? Yes. Our session together next week will be canceled, and we will schedule more meetings with just Katie. So you think Katie will need more sessions if I decide to leave because of the aftermath? Greg, you shouldn't base your decision on what might be best for Katie. You need to focus on what is best for you. But yes, I think Katie will need more help if she knows you won't be there with her. Okay, thanks. All right then. Greg, see you next week. Please let me know as soon as you can if you won't be coming. No, I've already made up my mind. I just wanted to be sure of everything. What's your decision then? I will see you next week. And your choice? You're going to try the toys, right? Yes, I'll try that option first while I look for the other items. Anna nodded at me with a kind smile as she walked me to the door. I knocked on the door at Katie's mom's house and Beth answered. Katie, your date is here, Beth called out before smiling at me. Come in out of the cold, Greg. Thanks, Beth. How are you? Doing well. Work is keeping me busy as usual. Just then, Katie appeared. She always took my breath away. You'd think I'd get used to it. Hi, Greg. Ready to go? Of course, my lady. Your ride is waiting. Thank you, good sir. You both have a nice evening, and I expect you to bring my daughter home on time." I laughed as I followed Katie out and called back, "Don't wait up, Mom." We arrived at the movies, got our tickets, popcorn, and soda, and headed inside. We always chose seats near the back, and tonight was no different. There was something special about doing this activity together, something we had enjoyed many times before. It felt like no time had passed between us, and most importantly, Katie seemed happy again. During the movie, I couldn't help but glance at Katie, seeing her engaged with the film or smiling. Sometimes she caught me looking and smiled back, making a playful face. Any doubts I had about wanting to make things work between us faded away. I felt certain I had made the right choice. After the movie, we decided to go to a cozy diner for hot chocolate. We sat in a booth across from each other, and Katie reached out to hold my hands. "Tonight has been great. I've really missed our Saturday nights at the movies together, Greg." "Me too. I've missed you a lot." I laughed, and Katie playfully stuck her tongue out at me. "No, I've missed our time together as well. I've missed our Sunday nights and dinners during the week." We just looked into each other's eyes and smiled, like a couple of teens in love. "Listen, Katie, now that we've both talked with Dr. Forsyth, we can discuss what we talked about. If you want to talk about anything, just let me know." "Not tonight. I'm happy just being here and talking later. I'm here if you want to talk or ask me something. Do you have anything, Greg?" "No, it's okay. Just one thing. Anna shared what you all went through and your reasons for what happened. I understand things better now. I'm not saying I'm happy about it, but I do get it. It took me a long time to understand, too. Dr. Forsyth helped me see it. I didn't want to face it." "Katie, after Dr. Forsyth explained everything, I sat there looking out the window. I thought if you had talked to me back then, maybe I could have understood. Maybe we could have prevented all of this, and I wouldn't have missed out on 3 years of our time together." Katie moved beside me and hugged me. "I promise I won't hold back from you again, Greg. I'll share everything, even the hard stuff." We both laughed. Then I leaned in to kiss her. "Do you want to leave here, Katie Johnson? Where would we go?" "I know a place nearby." Katie stood up and took my hand, leading me out to my car. We entered Katie's bedroom and began to kiss. As we stayed close, we slowly took off our clothes. Eventually, I was lying beside Katie on the bed, looking into her eyes. "You remember the first time in your dorm 10 years ago? You wanted me to be strong. This time, I want it to be gentle. I want you to show me love, to make me feel close to you, Katie." Katie surprised me by shifting positions, so I was on my back and she was above me, and we kissed slowly again. "I'm going to love you so much, Greg." With that, she moved closer, keeping our connection strong as we stayed close and shared soft breaths. My hands explored her, and I felt so happy to be close to her again. Her hands framed my face as she kissed me, and I could feel her warmth. I could sense her joy as we moved together. "I've missed you a lot, Greg. I can't express how happy I am right now." I kissed Katie with more feeling, getting lost in the moment. It felt wonderful to be together like this. We continued this sweet time together for a long while until I shifted and changed our rhythm. Katie wrapped her legs around me, and I could see the joy on her face. Then a special moment happened. Katie's breathing became quicker, and she began to talk to me. "Oh, Greg, please don't stop. I can't believe this is happening." She opened her eyes and looked at me before she leaned in for a kiss. "I'm feeling so good." I could feel her whole body tighten around me, then relax with little movements as she enjoyed the moment. "Oh yes, Greg." Watching her was almost too much for me, and soon I felt my own wave of happiness coming. Katie playfully bit my lower lip and laughed as I reached my climax. She let go of my lip and kissed me deeply. As I caught my breath, I continued to kiss Katie gently while looking into her eyes. "I can't believe it. This was the most special moment of my life, Greg. I can't believe how amazing that felt. Right? We should have moments like this more often." "Absolutely. I love you, Greg. I really do." "I love you too, Katie. I always have." We shared another kiss, wanting to savor this moment together. It was Tuesday at 10 a.m. when we walked into Dr. Forsyth's office, holding hands and took our seats. Anna noticed us and smiled over her glasses. "Is there something I should know? Have you two been doing some extra work on your relationship?" "You could say that. Is being close part of the healing process?" It's a wonderful kind of healing, Katie. Then she got down to business. All right, you two. We're here today to wrap up our sessions. I want to start by saying how proud I am of both of you. The honesty and effort you're putting into this, along with facing tough feelings, is inspiring. Seeing you both happy together makes my work worthwhile, so thank you. We looked at each other and nodded. I believe a lot of the work for today's session has already been done. It was meant to help you reconnect and start loving each other again. It looks like you've already made that progress. Now we should discuss the important issues you both need to address together. This will help your relationship have the best chance of success moving forward. For each topic, there were choices for you to make. Let's go over those together today. If either of you has questions or concerns about the choices made by the other, please speak up. This is your time to express yourselves. Agreed? Once more, we nodded in agreement. However, please remember this. It's very important. If you feel that the choice you've made isn't helping you, it's okay to try another option until you find one that works. The main goal is to solve the problem. The options just represent different ways to do that. Can I start with you, Katie? Yes, that's okay with me. We found 4 things that need to be worked on so you can move forward with Greg. Let's begin. The first point is that Katie needs to rebuild trust with Greg by sharing what she is feeling. She needs to express her emotions, thoughts, and any worries she has. This way, Greg can understand and trust what Katie is going through. We suggested a few ways for Katie to communicate this. She could talk to Greg each day, keep a daily video blog, or write in a journal that Greg can read whenever he wants. Katie decided to use the journal. Can you explain why you chose that, Katie? Sure. I think I can express my feelings more clearly by writing them down. It helps me say exactly what I mean. While I might struggle to be as clear with the other choices, it also feels more personal. Greg, are you okay with that choice? Dr. Forsyth asked. Yes, but if the video blog was a bit more casual. Greg, come on! Katie playfully nudged Greg while laughing. Now, one thing Katie must do starting today is share her unlocked phone with you, Greg. You can check it anytime you want, and Katie will do this willingly. All right, let's move to Katie's second point. This is about showing respect for Greg and their relationship. Katie needs to put Greg's feelings and concerns first. There are no options for this point. Katie must always respect Greg's feelings and concerns, never dismissing them and looking for ways to ease any worries he has. Greg, if you ever feel that Katie isn't taking your feelings seriously or is ignoring them, you need to speak up. Remind her of her promise to respect your feelings and your relationship. The next point is about Katie's adventurous side. While she may have a tendency to seek excitement, this is more about finding healthy ways to enjoy herself. The goal here is to help Katie find safe and healthy ways to manage these urges. Anna continued, explaining, the options for Katie included finding a private way to challenge herself once a week. Katie could choose between different approaches, each meant to bring a sense of thrill while keeping things discreet. Katie chose one option that she felt connected her and Greg. She glanced at him and explained, I chose this option because it's something that gives me a positive thrill, and I want to share that feeling with Greg. Anna nodded, then turned to Greg. Greg, would you feel comfortable participating in this, or would you prefer Katie to manage this herself? Greg smiled and replied, I'm okay with it if it's something she enjoys and if it brings us closer. Katie returned his smile, feeling reassured. Anna then moved on to the next item. Now there's one more point, perhaps the hardest for Katie. This is about being able to openly communicate any needs she has so they don't go unaddressed or cause strain. Katie explained, I decided that if I ever feel a need to talk about these feelings, I'd do it in a private setting, like when we're at home together, so it's safe to discuss. Greg nodded, understanding her choice. That sounds fine to me. Great, Anna replied. Well done, Katie. Now, Greg, we'll address the area you brought up. She looked at Katie and explained, Greg has only one main point, but it has 2 parts. The first is non-negotiable, similar to Katie's approach of open communication. It ties into your last item, Katie expressing any needs openly so they can be addressed together. Anna continued. The first part means that when Katie brings these feelings up, Greg will do his best to support and meet those needs in a way they both feel comfortable with. Katie seemed thoughtful, then nodded, though she looked slightly uncertain. Anna then introduced the second part. The second part offers options for you, Greg. When Katie shares her needs, there are ways to respond. For instance, you could choose to explore ways that bring connection and understanding, creating shared moments that meet those needs. Greg had a couple of options, and one was to use a special accessory. The other option was to invite someone into the bedroom, whether it be Jake or another person. Wait! Katie couldn't hold back anymore. She was too concerned. I can't consider that second option, she said. That's perfectly fine, Katie. Greg has chosen the accessory option as his first choice, someone explained. What's that exactly? She asked. Greg will explain it to you later when you are together. He'll need your help for it anyway. Katie's expression was a mix of confusion and surprise. Greg, could you please explain your choice to Katie? Someone asked. Sure. It seemed easiest since Katie already has a variety of accessories ready to use, and I wasn't comfortable with the second option either, Greg said. I can't believe you told him about my things, Katie responded, a bit shocked. Katie, remember our agreement about no secrets? How could he use them if he didn't know about them? Okay, you have a point. It could actually be fun to try it with Greg. Katie, we can also explore some ideas in public if you want to push your comfort zone, Greg said playfully. Don't joke. Greg or I might actually want to do that. She laughed. We all shared smiles together. After our time with Dr. Forsyth, Katie and I felt happy and united. Well, we are finished. If either of you have questions about what's next or need more information, just call or email me. You both have been wonderful throughout this and will have very happy lives together. Just remember, don't take each other for granted. Follow the suggested steps and always share your thoughts, she advised. Thanks, Anna, you've been amazing, I replied. Katie added, Thanks, Anna, I know I was challenging at times and I'm really grateful for your support. Thank you both. Now go enjoy your lives together, she smiled. As we left Dr. Forsyth's office, we held hands, just how we had come in. Later at Katie's mom's house, we sat at the dinner table. It had been 2 weeks since our last session with Dr. Forsyth. Katie's mom, Beth, was at work, leaving us with the house to ourselves. So far, we had been following the plan. Katie was consistently writing in her journal to share her thoughts and feelings, while I chose not to read it yet. She would often unlock her phone and hand it to me, letting me browse while she did something else. However, I hadn't looked through it yet. As for our public outings, we had been adventurous in that area. Just yesterday, we enjoyed lunch at the library gardens in the city. The library has a big garden that goes around the building. It has some bushes, plants, and flowers, with benches placed here and there for people to sit and read. Katie took me to the farthest part of the garden, where we found a quiet spot with a bench. I was about to ask her how her day was when she let out a playful giggle that caught my attention. Then, out of nowhere, she knelt down between my legs. The look of surprise on my face would have been funny to see. Katie was quick with her actions, and I could hardly believe what was happening. I glanced around nervously as she continued. My goodness, Katie, I can't believe you want to do this here. There are so many people around. Katie looked up at me, pausing for a moment. Shh, Greg, we're at the library. People are trying to read. I was stunned. Part of our agreement was that her surprise public acts would be unplanned. Not knowing when they would happen made it even more exciting. In what felt like no time at all, the moment ended. Katie smiled and wiped her lips before sitting back on the bench beside me, starting to eat her salad as if nothing unusual had happened. She noticed my shocked expression. What? Eat your lunch, Greg, or it will get cold. I was thrilled to be back with Katie. Later at her mom's dinner table, Katie asked me a question. Have you looked at my journal entries yet? Not yet. Why not? I wanted to give you some time to decide what you wanted to share. I didn't want to feel like I had to check every time you wrote something. I'm writing these for you as much as for myself. I want you to read them. I need you to read them. I promise I'll read them after dinner and keep up with them from now on. Is that why you also never check my phone? No, that's different. That's about trust, and it's important for both of us. What do you mean? Trusting you again will take time. For us to work, I need to learn to trust you once more. If I check your phone every day, I won't be able to trust you, will I? Katie smiled. You know, Greg, Dr. Forsyth told me that when I give you my phone, it's my way of letting you trust me. But if you look through it, that shows you're not ready to trust me yet. I need to work harder for your trust. Wow, Dr. Forsyth really knows her stuff. Yes, she does. By the way, when we go to bed tonight, I need to talk to you. During the 2 weeks since our sessions ended, Katie had not mentioned her desire for more than our usual moments together. I nodded to her and continued eating my dinner. Later, I sat down in the living room with Katie's journal and started reading. It was filled with her thoughts and feelings from the last 2 weeks, showing that writing helped her share her emotions. Part of it might be her lawyer side, but I could feel the passion in her words too. There was nothing new about Katie's feelings, but it was nice to see them written down, to have them recorded. It reminded me how intelligent and passionate she was about life. For the last 3 years, that passion had seemed to fade. When we settled onto the bed that evening, I leaned toward Katie. Do you want to talk now? Not right now. I want to be close to you first. And I was happy to oblige. Katie and I were getting back into a rhythm together. It felt natural, as if we could sense what the other needed in those moments. I think all couples in love develop this understanding of each other. We lay there, catching our breath and still holding each other after our moment together. Do you want to talk now, Katie? Just give me a few minutes to gather my thoughts. I can't think clearly right now. With that, Katie got up and went to the bathroom. I wondered what she would say. Would she want to share her feelings about our connection? I thought of our first time together since our divorce when she experienced something new. She hadn't had that same response in the time since. Was this making her want to talk? Katie returned to bed, resting her arm across my chest and her head on my shoulder. Tell me, Greg, please be honest. Are you worried about what I might ask? Worried? No, I understand why you might think I'm hesitant. You're probably thinking that when you ask for more than I'm giving you, I might feel bad about my ability, right? Yeah, something like that. I realized before we started seeing Dr. Forsyth that it wasn't my ability you were missing. You needed something different from what I could give. You figured that out yourself? Hey, I'm an engineer, that's what I do. Tonight, I'm not going to ask you for more, Greg. I want to talk about it with you. Really talk, about why I wanted Jake. Okay. Should I be ready for anything? Maybe. This might not be easy, but if I can talk about who he is and what he meant to me, maybe that will help explain things. Then we can move on and be open with each other. I reached up and gently touched Katie's face, brushing some hair away from her eyes. All right, let me start back in high school when I was dating Jake. We really didn't talk much. He was handsome and tall with curly blonde hair, and I was a teenager in love for the first time. More like a crush looking back, but it was the closest feeling I had then. I kept gently stroking Katie's back as she continued. When we did talk, it was about boring things that didn't interest me. There wasn't much connection in our conversations. He was sweet and cared about me, but I really wanted him. All the girls did. He was charming and confident. Jake's father left before he was born, and he had 2 older brothers. Jamie was about 10 years older, and Cliff was around 8. The rumor was their dad left because he thought Jake wasn't his. He thought their mom had been unfaithful. Even his brothers teased him about being the bastard son and joked about where he got that trait from. Anyway, Jake's mom passed away from cancer when he was 13. I think he struggled to trust anyone, really, except maybe his brothers and a little bit me. He never seemed to want a close relationship. I think he was afraid of getting attached and losing someone again. He never let me know what he was thinking or feeling. That might be why our relationship was mostly physical. It's how we connected without getting too close. During the 5 years after high school, I heard he had a few short-term relationships, but nothing serious. He preferred a casual friendship where we enjoyed each other's company without any serious commitment, and I think that's what we began again after reconnecting. He was happy with this arrangement. He didn't want anything more serious, and I knew I couldn't offer that either. He worked during the week and spent time with his brothers, then would enjoy our time together when he was free. So, are you saying he never wanted to take you away from me? That he didn't want a real or romantic relationship with you? Yep. In my mind, he was no threat to what we had. It made it easier for me to accept even though I knew it wasn't right. I understood that it could ruin our relationship if you ever found out. I started to dislike myself for not being able to end it and for not wanting to stop long before you knew. I had a hard time understanding why I wanted the kind of closeness we had. Sure, I enjoyed it, but why would I risk my marriage? Despite everything in my mind telling me to stop, I didn't want to. I knew I was being selfish and unkind. The fear of losing you only added to the excitement I felt when sneaking away with him. It's hard to explain. I tried not to think about it, but the stress of doing so was overwhelming. I reached out and brushed some hair from Katie's eyes, gently stroking her cheek. I had heard much of this from Dr. Forsyth during discussions about Katie's sessions, but it felt more real to hear it from her. It was difficult to absorb, knowing that she fully understood the impact on me and our relationship, yet still couldn't or wouldn't stop. After Jake's mom passed away, his brother Jamie was in charge of him, though Jamie wasn't the most responsible person. The three of them lived in their mom's house together. So it was the three brothers living together without parents. Yep. When I was at Jake's place, we could do pretty much anything we wanted. I had my first drink there and tried marijuana for the first time. Dr. Forsyth mentioned you found it hard to be close with him at first. Yeah, it was really uncomfortable at the beginning. I thought it might be impossible. For the first few times, it didn't go well. It was painful, and I could only manage to be a little comfortable. I could tell Jake was getting frustrated, too. Did you try anything to help? Of course I tried everything I could to make it easier. Katie shifted in her seat, looking thoughtful. The main issue was that I just felt tense, like I couldn't fully relax. Anna nodded understandingly. That makes sense, especially when you're new to something and feeling uncertain. Katie looked up and apologized. Sorry, Greg, if I'm oversharing here. It's just part of the context. Greg gave a reassuring smile. No worries, Katie. We're just trying to understand. Go ahead. Katie continued. Well, I even looked up ways to handle the discomfort, like breathing exercises, being in control of things, and staying relaxed. I read tips on how to mentally prepare and stay calm, but it wasn't as easy as they made it sound. Greg listened, nodding. Katie, sounds like a lot of what you tried to do to relax we already do together. Katie smiled. Exactly, like taking breaks if needed, or sometimes just using those moments to regroup. They shared a small laugh, lightening the mood as they went through the details of what Katie had tried to make things easier. She talked about her efforts to use deep breaths and staying calm, though it hadn't always worked as planned. Honestly, Katie admitted, I thought it would be simple, just about breathing and relaxing, but it ended up being more about trusting the process and letting go of the stress around it all. Once I did that, things got a bit easier. Greg leaned back, understanding her experience better now. It sounds like patience was key, along with figuring out what worked for you mentally. Katie nodded, grateful for his understanding. Exactly. It took a lot of time, and honestly, just accepting things step by step made a huge difference for me. I don't want to upset you, Greg, when I talk about this, but if you want me to be honest, I will keep going. Keep going. They were the doctor's orders, remember? Yes, I remember. So the first time I was more comfortable, I felt overwhelmed in a good way. I was aware of every little sensation, and it felt like I was really accepting what was happening. It was an amazing moment for me. Then as Jake continued slowly, it felt so nice that I experienced joy again, like a weight had been lifted off me and all my built-up feelings were released. I think I felt that kind of joy at least 4 or 5 times before Jake finished, and that was my first real time being intimate. 4 or 5 times, that's impressive. You set a high standard. I know. Do you want me to talk more about it? Katie asked this while gently touching my arm and looked into my eyes. I nodded yes back to Katie. Well, being close after that became a bit easier and much more enjoyable. I learned to relax and prepare myself, and he was able to be more enthusiastic. So it became more fun? Are you saying you were able to feel even better after that? Yes. Most times we were together, it would be energetic and last for a long time. I know I felt a lot of joy, but I wasn't keeping track exactly. Just a lot. Wow, okay, that is a lot, and for more than an hour? No wonder you missed that kind of closeness. How did you think I got so fit? Did you think a body like mine just appears out of nowhere? So, should I have been grateful to him for helping you stay fit and toned? Katie laughed with me and gave me a quick kiss. Maybe. You kept me in good shape too, though. I'm proud of my efforts, but for over an hour, I'm not sure I could ever manage that. How often did you two spend time together like that? Without parents around, I'm guessing a lot? Yeah, quite a lot. It got to the point where my grades started to drop because I was often tired. So what is quite a lot? Are we talking once a day, every other day, 3 times a week? Katie looked down for a moment, deciding what to share. We're being honest here, right, Greg? Yes, we are. Okay, we spent time together 3 times a day, even more on weekends. Wow, for more than an hour each time? Yep, I told you my grades were suffering and I was always tired. I had no time to study, I got a bit carried away. A bit? I had no idea you were so busy before we even met. I'm not well acquainted with where you are right now, I said. I enjoyed being able to show you how to be intimate properly. You were completely mine and you still are. I sighed deeply. Yes, I am Katie Johnson. Do you want me to continue? Yes, why not? When we ended things, I immediately missed the closeness. It was something I felt really attached to. It made me angrier at him for being unfaithful, especially since I still wanted him a lot. So, you got involved with his best friend, right? The guy who wasn't as well endowed? Yes, I did, but I told you before he wasn't small. He was just not as big as what I was used to. How big was he if he wasn't small? Probably around 7 inches. He was okay in thickness. That sounds notably bigger than mine. Wait, you mentioned he was about half the size of Jake. Just how big is Jake? Do you really want to know? Are you sure about this? Do you actually know how big he is? Or is this like when people exaggerate about big fish they've caught? No, I measured him. Why? I was curious. Girls at school would often compare their boyfriends' sizes or those of guys they had been with. I wanted to see how Jake measured up. Do girls really discuss the size of guys they've been with, including their boyfriends? You better believe it. That's how most women find the guys they prefer. Those guys don't even have to try. Women just notice them. I started laughing. So while we regular guys are trying hard to charm the girls, they already have their eyes on others who stand out. Meanwhile, the guys who have it all just walk in, and the girls are drawn to them. Not entirely like that. We care about your personalities, while you guys often focus solely on our appearances. Did you have any idea what to expect when we first met? No. How could I? I didn't attend your school or know any girls there. When we were both exposed for the first time, were you surprised? No, you looked great. I loved how you looked. I was very pleased. I wasn't just talking about my looks. Were you satisfied overall after being with Jake? Yes, I was. Katie, please be honest. Katie took a deep breath and paused for a moment. Okay, I was hoping for a little more. Not because I didn't care for you or find it enjoyable, I did. I just wanted to like everything about you more than I liked anything about Jake. I wanted to forget him completely. And in that moment, standing in front of you, you knew you would miss Jake's presence because I was different. Greg, I wasn't thinking about Jake then, but yes, after we were intimate, I realized I would still miss him. I'm sorry, Greg. I feel awkward saying that to you. You don't sound awkward. You sound honest. How many wives out there think about their old boyfriends and wish their husbands could meet those needs too? They keep secrets, while their husbands are unaware that they desire someone else. So, it makes you happy that I told you this? No, it makes me feel good that we share everything. I wish I was the best you ever had, but I know that's not true. That depends on what you mean by best. I'm just asking about the physical part. Who was better for you, me or Jake? Katie looked up and gently touched my face. I can't believe you're making me say this. I really don't want to. Then maybe that answers the question. Why is it hard to say? We both know the truth. If Jake didn't please you, we wouldn't even be having this talk. Yeah, you're right. It still doesn't feel good to me. I didn't want to miss what I had with Jake. I only wanted you. I understand. Anyway, we were talking about something else. Oh, right, you measuring Jake. How did you do that? Did you use a ruler? No, I took my mom's sewing tape to Jake's place one day. So you actually planned to measure him? You were curious, weren't you? I was. Just a second. Katie jumped up and left the room. A minute later, she came back with the sewing tape and a pencil. What? Do you want to measure me now? If I remember correctly, Dr. Forsyth said we need to measure for some things, right? Yes, but I've already done that and ordered a few. You did this without me? Sorry, I didn't think you'd care about the measurements. No, I mean ordering those items. If it's for my enjoyment, don't you think I should be included? Okay, maybe I should have. With that, Katie playfully tapped my arm. Hey, be gentle, it wasn't his fault. Katie smiled at me. I just need you to get ready. Well, maybe try a different approach to help with that. You know I measured Jake with this same tape. How can you be sure? Your mom might have gotten another one. No, this is the one. I marked it when I measured him, and the marks are still there. Do you think your mom knows what those marks are for every time she's used it since? Katie giggled. Katie, are you going to tell me or keep me guessing? Greg asked, smiling to lighten the mood. Katie replied with a grin. All right, I was just thinking, well, I wanted to measure you first. Are you trying to give me another complex? Greg joked, easing the tension. Oh no, I didn't mean it that way, Katie responded quickly, looking a bit concerned. Greg chuckled. Relax, Katie, I was just kidding, it's fine. Katie gave a small laugh and leaned in, giving him a warm, lingering kiss. Then she whispered softly, But can I still measure, just for fun? Sure, Greg replied with a playful smile. Katie took out a measuring tape, gently aligning it and noting the numbers with care. All right, here's the measurement, she said, jotting it down thoughtfully. They both shared a light-hearted moment, laughing at the innocent fun of it all. Greg looked at Katie, amused. This was a bit unexpected, but thanks for making it entertaining, he said. Katie smiled back, relieved they could keep the conversation light-hearted and open. I appreciate it too, Greg. Thanks for being such a good sport. Katie and Greg continued their conversation, laughing as they tried to keep things light-hearted. Wow, Greg said, shaking his head. I'm impressed you managed with all of that. That sounds intense. Katie nodded, chuckling. Yeah, it was. But honestly, those years apart made me realize a lot. I didn't go out with anyone or even think about relationships for a while. It gave me a lot of time to reflect. Greg looked at her, surprised. Really? Not even a casual date or anything like that? Nope. I just stayed focused on myself. I did what I needed to do to take care of things on my own, she said with a smile. Well, Greg replied, I have to say when we got back together it felt like it all clicked. I think maybe the time apart brought us closer, oddly enough. Katie agreed. I think it did. It wasn't just about being with someone, it was about being with you again. Those feelings I had wanting to reconnect and make things feel right were what really mattered. Greg gave her a thoughtful look. You know, maybe it's not just about the physical side, but the connection, being open and understanding what we each need. Katie smiled warmly. Exactly. Sometimes that connection is all you really need to feel fulfilled. They both felt a renewed sense of closeness as they talked, realizing that, ultimately, it was their shared understanding and mutual respect that truly made their relationship meaningful. Should I tie you up or something? That's not the kind of submission I mean. It's about me fully expressing my feelings and wanting to be close to him in that moment. Isn't that what they call having a preference? I don't know, maybe I do. That sounds kind of fun, Katie the preference queen. Not great if he doesn't meet your expectations. Katie sighed, sounding a bit bored with our talk. How many times do I need to show you how much I care for you, Greg? I leaned in and gave Katie a gentle kiss on the forehead. All right, I have work tomorrow, and it's getting late. Good night, Greg. Good night, Miss 10 Inches. Ouch! I felt a playful tap on my back. A few weeks passed, and Katie and I were now spending every night together at her mom's or my apartment. It was hard to say when I truly felt in love with Katie again, not just that I cared for her. I think part of it was that I had to clear my mind and be okay with what happened between her and Jake. I decided to ask Katie to move in with me. I wanted us to really be a couple again. She said yes, and we moved her things in during the week. I told her she could arrange everything in the apartment to make it our home. She spent a lot of time moving furniture and decorating. It was Friday when John called to tell me where we would meet for drinks. I told him I'd be bringing someone with me. He replied, "About time." I hadn't told Katie yet. I worried she might feel uneasy about seeing my friends again, especially knowing what had happened before. I was surprised when she happily agreed to join me for drinks. We arrived at the sports bar around 7:30 and quickly found the table where everyone was sitting. The only ones who didn't know Katie were Billy's wife, Vanessa, and Steve's girlfriend, Joe. Mark was still single. "Hi, everyone. You all know my girlfriend, Katie. Katie, this is Billy's wife, Vanessa, and Steve's girlfriend, Joe." After our introductions and getting drinks for Katie and me, the fun conversation began. Vanessa then kindly asked Katie a question. "So since you know everyone, did you used to date Greg?" Over the last 2 years, while Vanessa and Billy were dating and later got married, Katie had not been around, and we never mentioned her name in our group. However, Vanessa and Joe understood that I had been married and divorced before. "Oh, we were married. We were together during college and for a few years after that. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were Greg's wife. They didn't say anything." Vanessa then shot a look at Billy for not mentioning that Katie had been my wife. "It's fine. No one likes to talk about their exes after a divorce. I'm sure I wasn't someone people wanted to discuss." Shawnee then joined the conversation with Vanessa and Joe. "You know my friends, Sky and Jane? They were Katie's best friends in college. It was difficult to talk about Katie with Greg around, so we just didn't mention her when we all got together. Oh, and by the way, Katie, when John told me you would be here tonight, I made a few calls. Sky and Jane should arrive soon." Katie smiled and glanced at Mark, the only single guy in our group. "Two lovely single girls, Mark, and you being the only single guy, what do you think of your chances? If they still look as good as they did in college, I'd be a lucky guy." We all laughed, and right on cue, Sky and Jane entered, although Sky was holding hands with someone new. Sky introduced her new boyfriend, Rick, and asked us all to be nice since it was only their 3rd date. Shawnee cleverly arranged for Jane to sit next to Mark when we added extra chairs. I smiled at Shawnee and shook my head. Sky then turned to Katie. "So, is it true? Have you two moved in together again?" "How did you know? I hadn't told anyone yet." "I stopped by your mom's place this afternoon to see what you were doing tonight, and Beth mentioned you weren't living at home anymore. You had just moved in with Greg again. I can't believe you didn't tell me. I was quite upset." "Is that why you didn't call me tonight?" "Nah, Shawnee had already called and told me we were all meeting here, so I thought I would tease you in front of everyone and then congratulate you and Greg, of course. It's about time for you two." John then chimed in with "Cheers!" and raised his glass, which we all mirrored. I added to the toast. "And to Sky and Rick, may your 3rd date turn into a 4th and 5th, and to Jane and Mark, may you find each other in the dark." Jane looked surprised, but we all cheered and laughed. The conversation, like the drinks, flowed for the rest of the evening. It felt great to be with friends all together, relaxed and enjoying the moment. Jane and Mark were seen holding hands later that evening and sharing a sweet kiss or two. It was a lovely night. On Saturday night, we went back to the cinema. When we got home, I poured some wine and we sat on the couch together. "I'm so happy right now, Greg. Just 2 months ago, I never thought I could be this happy so quickly." "Me too. It's surprising, isn't it?" "Yes, everything has happened so fast." "You know your birthday is on Tuesday, right? I've made some plans for that evening." "Oh, really, Greg? Are you going to tell me, or is it a surprise?" "Not everything is a surprise, but I can tell you that I've booked a table at a nice restaurant for us." "Really? I haven't been there since it would have been our anniversary dinner a few years ago. I'm really looking forward to it, Greg. I can't think of a better way to spend my birthday than with you. For Tuesday night, I want you to get a new dress and matching shoes. I want you to look amazing when we walk into that restaurant. And I'll take care of everything, so go all out, okay? Just the best for your special day." Katie leaned over and gave me a gentle kiss. On Sunday night, we had our first home-cooked meal together. Katie spent hours in the kitchen, wanting to make sure it was memorable. It was delicious. We had candles, wine, and everything felt so romantic. Afterwards, we enjoyed a cozy evening together that lasted a long time. I think it turned out to be quite special. When Tuesday night arrived, Katie walked into the living room ready to go, and she took my breath away. She looked stunning. Her hair was styled beautifully, and the emerald green dress she wore complemented her skin tone and sparkling eyes perfectly. I was dressed in my best tuxedo, freshly shaven, and wearing my favorite cologne. I offered my arm and led Katie to the car. As we entered Margaret's restaurant, it felt like all eyes were on us, like we were a celebrity couple. I hoped it made Katie feel special. We settled into a cozy table in the back corner and were offered the wine menu. After we chose our wine, we began to chat. "You look amazing right now. Everyone here must admire you. This is my best birthday ever, Greg. I'm so thankful. The whole day has been wonderful shopping, getting my nails done, everything. And now here with you? It's been really special. But it's not over yet. You still have one last birthday present." I thought the dress and dinner were my gifts. If you knew how much I spent today on your card, you shouldn't be spending any more on me. I smiled to myself, knowing she didn't realize what I had planned or how much I had spent for the evening. "No, there is one more gift that I think you'll really enjoy. I'll give it to you after our meal." We ordered our food and talked some more. When our meals came, I felt a knot of nerves in my stomach. We ate quietly, looking up at each other and smiling at times. Once we finished our plates and ordered another glass of wine, I took Katie's hands across the table. I gently rubbed her fingers, then touched her wedding ring before carefully sliding it off her left hand. Katie looked at me with a hint of worry. She hadn't taken that ring off since our wedding. I examined it closely as if I were a jeweler. Then I took her right hand and slipped the ring onto her ring finger. "That's my right hand, Greg. I still want it on my left." I looked up at Katie with a kind smile and moved around the table to kneel beside her. But where would I put this? I opened a small box from my pocket, revealing a beautiful diamond ring. "Katie Johnson, will you marry me again?" "Oh my gosh, yes!" Katie covered her face with her hands, tears starting to form in her eyes. I took her left hand from her face and slid the ring onto her wedding finger. She leaned forward and kissed me. Her smile reminded me of why I fell in love with her 10 years ago. "Happy birthday, Katie. I love you." She hugged me tightly and said it was the best day of her life. It had been a few weeks since Katie and I got engaged for the second time, and our lives and relationship were going well. Katie had started working full-time again, getting her career back on track. Katie even talked about us starting a family, and we agreed to wait a year before taking that step. We planned to be married by then. We set a date for about 6 months after our engagement and even talked about our honeymoon. Everything was looking good. One evening, I decided to read Katie's journal. I did this every few days to keep up and to ease her worries about me. This time, I found something new in her journal. Katie had written about her feelings, admitting that she wanted something more than what we shared during our intimate moments. I was a bit surprised to read her feelings. She had said before that we would discuss this when she was ready. In her journal, she noted her worries and fears about this topic. She worried that I might feel hurt because it reminded her that she had a hard time finding pleasure with me. She feared that if we tried using larger toys, she might not feel satisfied, or perhaps the opposite, that she might find it too easy. Katie went to bed early, just after 9 p.m., and I knew it was time to switch off the TV and join her. When I entered the bedroom, I was surprised to see her lying there, and there was a shoebox beside her. I decided to get comfortable too, and joined her on the bed. "I read your journal about wanting to feel better, and I thought we agreed to talk about that here." "Feel better? Is that what we're calling it?" "Well, yeah, I thought that fit." "Okay, feel better it is. I just thought about it and decided to write down my feelings before talking to you. I get that you care about me, but I'm not upset by your wishes." "Well, we haven't tried it yet, so I'll hold my thoughts until later." "That's fair, but I don't understand your worry about not feeling pleasure or feeling it too easily. Isn't the goal to help you feel satisfied?" "My worry is, what if I can't find that satisfaction using the toys? Do we just keep trying if it doesn't work for me?" "It seems early to be concerned about that. We haven't even given it a chance yet." "I have before a lot of times. I felt something using them, but it was never the same as what I felt with Jake. That's what scares me." "And what about your worry about feeling it too quickly?" "Oh, I just worry you might think I'm only interested in bigger things." Katie laughed a little at herself. "I'd rather that than have you still wanting more." "Oh, I'll always want more. And that's what I don't think you understand. Once you start wanting something, it's hard to stop." "So, it's been bottled up for over 3 years now?" "Yes. So would you like to help me? I promise it won't be too much trouble." I smiled at Katie and gently touched her back. "So, what's in the box?" Katie grinned and opened a box on her nightstand, revealing a few items she had tucked away. Some of them fit in here, she said, laughing. The others are too big for this box. Greg raised an eyebrow, surprised. Mind if I take a look? Of course not, Katie replied with a smile. You'll be the one using them, so go ahead. Greg opened the box and saw a few items of different sizes and shapes. They both shared a laugh, the playful atmosphere lightening any awkwardness. Greg picked one up, examining it with curiosity. So, which one do you want to try? Katie asked with a mischievous grin. Why choose just one? Greg joked, trying to keep things fun. Katie chuckled, her confidence keeping the mood relaxed. All right, you're in charge. Just tell me what to do. Greg reached for some lotion on her bedside table and gently took her hand, sharing a warm moment as they both laughed softly. As they chatted, they focused on keeping the atmosphere light, each enjoying the shared trust and connection. Katie leaned back, grateful for the openness between them, while Greg, feeling more at ease, was glad for the honest, playful way they could both explore new things together. Greg observed Katie with admiration as she confidently managed the challenge before her, surprised by her determination and strength. He was genuinely impressed by her focus and energy. As Katie continued, her breaths grew heavier, clearly caught up in the rhythm and the shared moment. Greg noticed her dedication and how she was fully immersed in what she was doing, moving with ease and focus. He encouraged her, letting her know he appreciated her enthusiasm and the effort she was putting into this experience. Katie's excitement built, her expressions becoming more intense as she focused. Greg offered supportive words, keeping the tone light and playful, and watching as she reached a sense of calm and relief, pausing to catch her breath and smile. When the moment eased, they shared a warm laugh together, grateful for the light-hearted fun and the trust they had shared in this open and relaxed experience. They felt closer, both appreciating the sense of understanding and connection that came from simply being themselves around each other. Katie leaned back with a tired smile, catching her breath. She took a sip of water, clearly pleased. Wow, that felt amazing, she said, her voice full of satisfaction. Greg smiled, amused by her enthusiasm. Ready for more, or do you need a break? He asked playfully. Katie nodded, still catching her breath, and took another sip of water. Greg chuckled, realizing the effort involved. Where are those other ones you mentioned? He asked, curious. She pointed to the closet. In a bag in the wardrobe. Greg found the bag and brought it back. As he tipped it out, a couple of larger items rolled onto the bed. He raised his eyebrows in surprise. Wow, these are big. Didn't know you had these back when we were married. Katie laughed. They were easy to keep out of sight. You never looked in there, did you? Greg shook his head, and they both shared a laugh at the hidden surprises. He picked one up and asked, How big is this one? That one's about 10 inches long, she replied with a grin. They both laughed at the size, and Greg, smiling, prepared for the next round with light-hearted humor. Katie took another sip of water, readying herself as they shared in the fun. The playfulness and trust between them brought a new sense of closeness, turning the moment into one of shared joy and connection. Greg was impressed with Katie's enthusiasm and her ability to embrace the moment with such ease. Her confidence and openness made their connection feel stronger, and he appreciated the trust between them. Are you ready? He asked with a smile, enjoying the playful atmosphere. Katie nodded, looking equally amused and focused. Greg continued with gentle patience, making sure she was comfortable. Her expressions showed that she was fully engaged and enjoying their time together. They shared a few laughs as they adjusted, keeping the energy light and positive. Her reactions reflected a sense of joy and comfort, and Greg found himself appreciating her spirited nature even more. After a few minutes, Katie's excitement built, and she showed her enthusiasm in small, joyful movements. Greg offered encouraging words, making her laugh. As they continued, Katie's expressions softened, and she finally relaxed, letting herself simply enjoy the closeness and the moment they had created together. As the evening wound down, Greg eased back, and they both laughed at how much energy they had shared. Katie took a deep breath, smiling with contentment, and Greg couldn't help but feel grateful for the easygoing, playful trust between them. They both knew that this openness, laughter, and mutual respect were what made their connection so fulfilling and genuine. Greg and Katie lay together, laughing in exhaustion from their playful time. Katie smiled, catching her breath. "Thank you, Greg. That was a great workout," she said, grinning. Greg chuckled. "Glad you enjoyed it. I was starting to think I'd have to keep cheering you on until my arms gave out." Katie laughed. "I don't think I've ever heard you be so vocal," she teased. "Whatever it took, right?" he replied with a wink. Katie pulled him close and kissed him. "Well, I think it's your turn now. Let's put everything away and just enjoy some quiet time." Greg agreed, quickly tidying up and then rejoining her, appreciating the easy, light-hearted moments they shared. They both felt grateful for the openness, knowing that these shared laughs and genuine moments were what made their connection feel so real. The two of them settled in, enjoying the comfort of simply being together. It was a moment of closeness and shared laughter, the simple warmth of their bond filling the room as they relaxed side by side, feeling grateful for each other's company. Greg and Katie shared a quiet, joyful moment, both catching their breath and feeling content. They lay together, laughing softly, grateful for the closeness they shared. After a while, Greg suggested they take a shower. They both got up and, in a playful, light-hearted way, took turns rinsing each other off under the warm water, sharing small, gentle gestures. As they stood together under the shower, Katie smiled and thanked Greg. "This was definitely better than going solo," she laughed, her eyes shining. "And a lot less tiring." Greg chuckled in agreement. "I had no idea it'd be such a workout either. My arms are going to feel it tomorrow." They both laughed and exchanged a few more playful words before stepping out and drying off. Greg mentioned some accessories he'd bought earlier that week, which they could try together in the future if Katie was interested. She nodded, smiling warmly, and agreed they'd give them a go sometime. As they got ready for bed, Greg reflected on how open and connected they'd become. Despite the complexities of the past, he felt at peace, grateful to understand Katie more deeply and share these genuine, comfortable moments. In the weeks that followed, they found themselves trying new things, always keeping the focus on mutual trust and respect, and sharing the joy of each other's company. The honesty between them made their connection feel deeper and more resilient. The sleeve kept slipping off when we tried to use it. It was annoying because the idea was great for what we needed, but the reality wasn't the same. So, when we worked on Katie's needs, I went back to the toys we had, mainly using the large one that was the same width as Jake. Katie had some success with it, able to reach pleasure a few times, which was better than the sleeve, but still not as good as when she was with Jake. I noticed Katie was hiding her feelings about it. She always told me she was happy with the toys and satisfied, but I wondered if her journal held different truths. However, there was no sign of her true thoughts there either. Maybe I was wrong and she really was okay with our time together, but I doubted that. I then looked into some machines designed for adult purposes, similar to those seen in films. The good thing was I could get attachments in different sizes for Katie. It was costly, but I thought it would be worth it if it made her happier. A week later, the machine and attachments arrived, and I set it up, hiding it in my wardrobe for the next time we would need it. One Saturday morning, Katie called out to me from the bedroom. "Greg, what is this?" I went to the bedroom, already knowing what she meant. "I hope you're not going through my wardrobe, Katie." "Of course I am. Who do you think takes care of your shirts and puts away your things? We don't have a maid." I realized I had overlooked that. I wanted to surprise you with it, but maybe that was a mistake. Katie looked at me with a frustrated expression. "I never asked for this. I thought it could help us." Katie sat up, resting her head in her hands. "What's wrong?" "I'm just tired of all this. I'm worn out from thinking about how many times I should feel pleasure. I don't want this to come between us, but right now, I feel like it is. I just want to let go of it all." "I understand, Katie." I sat beside her and held one of her hands gently. "But tell me, can you just turn off those feelings and never have them again?" She looked at me, clearly upset. "I managed for 3 years before. I can do it again." "Were you happy during those 3 years, Katie?" "But that was different. I missed you, not Jake." I nodded, understanding that Katie had just admitted she missed Jake, whether she meant to or not. Katie could tell that I understood what she meant. "I didn't say I need Jake. That's not what I meant. I know, Katie. You want us to be together and just enjoy being close without all this other stuff, I understand. But I thought we were being honest with ourselves about what you learned in your sessions. You said you needed this, and ignoring it could hurt our relationship. But why should my feelings affect our relationship so much? You worry that if I ignore it, it could harm us. But what if facing it also ruins things? Have you thought of that? What are you afraid of, Katie? Just tell me. I'm here for you and I'm not going anywhere. Please be honest with me. For goodness sake, Greg, don't you see where this is going? I sat there quietly, looking at Katie. No, I didn't know where this was heading. It's not just about the size of those toys. The reason I enjoyed being close with Jake was because he really connected with me. He made me feel amazing. Those toys, that machine, they can't connect with me like he did. They're not real. They're not him. Do you understand now? If we keep going down this road, it could mean I might end up with Jake again. Do you really get that? With that, Katie ran out of the room crying. I sat there for a few moments trying to gather my thoughts. What was I going to do? I didn't want Katie to be with Jake again, even though I knew she would always be mine. The truth was, I would feel jealous, and my pride would be hurt. Could I get past my jealousy and pride? I wasn't sure, but right now, it wasn't something I was ready to think about. I went into the living room and found Katie on the couch, still crying. I sat down next to her, put my arm around her, and kissed her forehead. Hey, it's okay. Let's take a break from this for a while, all right? I don't want you to stress about it. Let's just agree to talk about it soon, but for now, let's not worry, okay? Katie leaned her head against my chest and nodded yes. With only a few months until our second wedding, Katie spent her free time focusing on the preparations, the reception, and the honeymoon. I knew part of it was to avoid the conversation we had put off, and I was okay with that. Our work lives were also busy, with Katie fully back into her job and trying to make up for lost time. I was also caught up in a demanding project that was stressful, so neither of us wanted to add more stress to our lives. For our second wedding, we kept it simple, inviting about 50 people, just close family and friends. The day arrived, and I felt just as nervous as the first time. John straightened my collar as we were about to step into the wedding hall. "You nervous, big guy?" he asked. "A bit, John. I'm not sure why, though." "You'll be fine. Just think about the fun and dancing after the ceremony." "Yeah, thanks for everything, John. You and Shawnee really helped with all the preparations." "No problem. I just took care of the drinks and the DJ. Shawnee spent a lot of time with Katie and Sky getting everything ready. Women really love this sort of thing." "That's true. Katie loves it so much that we are doing it twice." "Okay, are you ready? Let's go." As John and I waited at the front of the hall with the officiant, Shawnee and Sky stood across from us. The doors opened, and in walked Katie, escorted by my father. She looked amazing, and I felt so lucky that she was my partner. My father let go of her hand as she reached me and gave me a nod before taking his seat with my mother and Katie's mom, Beth. I couldn't take my eyes off Katie. She was glowing. After we exchanged our vows, it was time for the kiss that marked us as husband and wife. When I looked at her afterward, Katie had the biggest smile on her face, and I had never seen her so happy. The rest of the night was perfect. The following week, we enjoyed a trip to the Caribbean. We relaxed in the sun, sipped cocktails, danced, and enjoyed each other's company. When we returned to work, it was a sudden change. We jumped right back into our busy lives. Yet we still made time for the occasional dinner out, some Friday nights with friends, or a movie on Saturdays. But for the 2 months after our wedding, we often felt too worn out to enjoy our time together like we used to. One significant change was that we moved from our apartment into a lovely 2-story house just a suburb away from where Katie's mom lives. This was the house we had always dreamed of owning, the perfect place to start a family. It had 3 bedrooms upstairs, along with a family room and 2 bathrooms, one being the main bedroom's ensuite. Downstairs, we had the kitchen, laundry room, dining room, and another family room that we turned into our gaming area. In the back of my mind, I knew we still needed to have a conversation we had put off for 5 months. We hadn't used certain things in all that time, almost as if we were trying to forget about it, and a part of me felt okay about that. It was a Monday night, and I felt tired from work after coming home just before 8 p.m. Katie warmed up my dinner and said sorry for eating hers, not knowing when I would be home. After I finished eating, I took a shower, and when I came back to the living room, Katie said she was tired. She kissed me goodnight and went to bed. I started watching TV, but found it a little dull. I looked at the coffee table and saw Katie's journal. It was normal for her to leave it in the living room. It had been a few days since I last read it, so I picked it up and turned to the page from a few days ago. Thursday's entry had Katie's usual thoughts, but Friday's entry stood out. Katie wrote that she had reached out to Dr. Forsyth and asked for a meeting, possibly just to catch up. She had an appointment for Monday afternoon, but she didn't say why she wanted to see her again. I read through the weekend entries, but did not find anything that interested me. Then I turned to Monday's entry. Katie wrote, "Today, I met Dr. Forsyth again. I needed to talk about what Greg and I had been avoiding for the past few months. I needed reassurance that I would be okay and wouldn't be giving in to my worries about where this path might lead us." The session did not go as I hoped, and that's putting it lightly. Dr. Forsyth asked me to share my fears and discuss what they meant for Greg and our relationship. I explained that the choices we made weren't working, that I wasn't getting what I used to have with Jake. I would rather hold back than put Greg in a situation like that again, even if he was willing. Dr. Forsyth made it clear that if I kept denying myself, it could lead to resentment towards Greg and even make me feel bad about myself again, which might lead me to depression if I continued to hide my feelings. She asked if I trusted Greg with my life, and I said yes. She asked if I loved him more than anything else, and I said yes. She asked if I trusted Greg with my thoughts and feelings, and I said yes. She also asked if there were needs that Greg had that I could not meet. Would I deny him those? And I said no, I would not. She asked if Greg had needs that I could not satisfy. Would I hold back? And I said no, I would not. Then she asked how far I would go to allow him to be satisfied. Would I be okay with him being with other women? This was a difficult question, but I answered yes. Dr. Forsyth then asked why I couldn't allow Greg to do the same for me. I answered that I didn't want to hurt him again, and that I wouldn't want to do that. Then Dr. Forsyth asked if my fear was not only about hurting Greg, but also about possibly losing him again. I wasn't sure if our relationship could handle me being with Jake. I agreed that it wasn't a risk I was willing to take. Dr. Forsyth then pointed out that I was already risking our relationship by not acting. She said I needed to trust Greg more and give him the chance to decide what we should do together. This wasn't a choice for me alone. I felt stuck. I knew Greg would read this, and maybe it was wrong of me to write it down, hoping it would help him decide for both of us. I messed up our life together once before, and I couldn't bear to do it again. I couldn't lose Greg again. I closed Katie's journal and took a deep breath. The discussion we had been avoiding was right in front of me. I understood her worries. She was frightened of losing me again. I also saw Dr. Forsyth's point that this decision wasn't just up to Katie, and that not making a choice might be just as damaging as making one. I was starting to accept that the best option for Katie was the one we both didn't want to consider. It seemed like Katie had realized this a while ago but wasn't ready to face it. The real question was, could I accept this? How could Katie enjoy it if I didn't feel okay about it? I realized that if I was to accept this, I needed to reassure Katie so she wouldn't feel guilty or scared. I just didn't know if I was ready yet. I reminded myself this was just about relationships, not an affair. We were two adults who cared for each other. Were we making too much of this? When I went to bed, I noticed Katie was still awake, likely worrying about what I thought after reading her journal. I wrapped my arm around her, holding her close. "I love you, Katie Johnson. You know that, right?" "Yes, of course." "No, I mean I really love you, more than anyone else. That's how I feel about you." "Good. Dr. Forsyth was right. You need to trust us and remember this isn't just your choice to make." "I know, but I'm scared, Greg. All this just for me to feel more fulfilled. How is this fair to you? Why should I put you through this?" "It's not about fair or unfair, Katie. And yes, it is about what you need. But maybe we have been worrying too much. In the end, it's just about us finding happiness together. If it means you exploring with Jake occasionally, what does that say about us? I'm not sure we're just about physical connections. We're so much more than that." Katie looked at me, and even in the dim light, I could see her eyes glistening with tears. She leaned in and gave me a gentle kiss. I'm really tired of worrying about this, Greg. I want to stop thinking about it. If we're going to move forward, we need to make a choice and stick to it. I just want to move on, with or without Jake being part of this. Okay, let's treat this like we would anything else. We can try it once and see how it goes. If we decide it's not for us, that's fine. At least we would have given it a shot and shown that we trust each other. Are you sure, Greg? Once we decide, we can't go back. I can't change what has happened. It's already a part of our story, and look at us now. We love each other more than ever. This time we'd both be choosing it. No blame, no regret, just a little extra fun, all right? How can you be so relaxed about this? Because I love you and want you to be happy. If part of that means involving Jake sometimes, I'm okay with it. This isn't a game and you two aren't a team. Maybe I'm just joking about wanting a little fun with both my girls. I playfully tickled Katie's sides, making her laugh and squirm. Please stop, Greg. I finally stopped, and Katie turned to face me. If this happens, do you want to be there? Do you want to watch or take part? I think Jake would be fine with it. No, I don't want to watch or join in, especially not the first time. I'd want it to be here, not at a hotel. If we're doing this, I want to be part of it too. But I don't want to meet Jake or become friends. No high fives or anything. I won't dislike him, though. Okay, we can figure those details out. We don't have to rush into anything. We might be imagining that Jake will want to join us. He could say no. Don't worry, he won't say no to me. Someone is pretty sure of themselves. It's just how it is. Even if he were with someone else, he would still agree if I asked. All right, I believe you. Just let me know when you're ready to talk more about it. There's no hurry, okay? Okay, good night, Greg. Good night, my love. A couple of weeks have passed since we talked about inviting Jake to join Katie and me. Neither of us has brought it up since then, likely because we both felt nervous about what would come next. It was a Tuesday night, and I had planned to meet Katie after work at a small restaurant close to our jobs in the city. I walked into the restaurant around 7 p.m. Katie was already at a table and had started on a glass of wine. I ordered 2 more glasses and sat down with her. Have you ordered the food yet? I asked. Not yet. I should have texted you for your choice since it takes a while here. That's okay. How was your day? I hope it was better than yesterday. Yeah, it was much better. I hope my work will be easier over the next week or two. That sounds good. I picked up the menu, and we placed our order a few minutes later. Hey, Greg, about what we talked about 2 weeks ago with Jake. Yes. Did you talk to him? Well, yes. Were you expecting me not to? I figured you would have to call him for this to work. Right, I am just nervous about it. I need to know that you're okay with all this, Greg. Look, Katie, no matter how I feel about it, we agreed together. I am fine with you doing this. I have to admit I'm nervous too, but that's normal, right? Katie nodded and looked down at the table. What's on your mind, Katie? Well, he can come over this Friday if that's okay with you. Let him know that works for me. Okay, probably around 8 p.m. if that's all right. Yeah, that's fine. There's a football game on, so it'll give me something to do while you two spend time together. Okay, I'll tell him. We need to set some rules before we go ahead. What do you have in mind? I thought of a couple of things and you can suggest more. All right, but I'm not sure I have any. My first rule is that he should not stay over. He can come Friday and then go back to his hotel afterward. Okay, I agree. Second, no hanging around afterward. No staying for dinner or chatting. Are you fine with that? Of course, we didn't do that before, so it won't change. Can he take a quick shower when he's done? Yes, that's fine. Anything else? Jake needs to get tested and show he is healthy. I'll message him tonight to see if he can do it before Friday. Also, can you ask Jake not to tell anyone about this? Keep it private, please. Yes, I already mentioned that when I spoke to him today. I told him if anyone finds out, I won't meet with him again. He said he would keep it a secret. What about you? Do you have any rules or questions? You wanted us to use the house. Which room should I use? Is our bedroom okay? Yes, that's fine. Just remember to change the sheets when you're done. I can do that. Anything else? How long will he be here while we're doing this? How long did you usually take at the hotel? About 2 hours. We would take a short break after the first time and then go again. Is that what you want to do this time? Only if you're okay with it. Yeah, I guess I will be. Anything else? Not that I can think of right now, Greg. Then we are all set for Friday. I was pretty distracted at work on Friday. It's not every day you know your wife, the woman you love, will be spending time with another man later that night. I finally left work and headed home. After I took a shower, Katie arrived about 30 minutes later. We had time for a light meal and a glass of wine before Jake was to arrive at 8 p.m. Are you still nervous, Katie? A little, and I'm a bit excited too. Don't tell me he's already got you feeling this way, and he's not even here yet. Oh, come on, Greg. Katie looked into my eyes with an intense gaze. Are you sure you're okay with this, Greg? You can still cancel and we can forget all about it. No, I will be fine. You just focus on having fun. I don't want you to think about me once you get started. Katie sighed. I could tell she was nervous, even if she didn't show it. I love you so much for letting me do this, Greg. If there is anything you need from me in the future, you have to tell me, okay? I will. I think this will give me some time out with the guys without worrying about anything. You know what I mean, Greg. I know what you're doing for me, and I want you to understand how much that means to me. I'm doing this for us too, Katie. Remember that. This isn't just for you. Katie nodded while finishing her salad. I'll go watch football downstairs while you two are upstairs. That should keep me busy. You will need to come down and let him in when he gets here, though. I don't really want to meet him right before he goes upstairs. All right. I better go get ready then. By the way, did Jake get tested? Is he all clear for tonight? Yes, I told him to bring the results to show me. Katie got up from the table and headed upstairs to get ready. Come down and see me before he arrives, okay? Sure, no problem. I cleared the plates and loaded the dishwasher, then made my way to the gaming room. The house has a cozy second living room downstairs, set up with comfortable couches, a small fridge, a big screen TV, an Xbox, and surround sound speakers. When you walk in, there's an entrance area with stairs that go up to the second floor right in front of you. To the right, an open archway leads to the gaming room. If you turn left from the entrance, you'll find the dining room with the kitchen, laundry room, and bathroom located behind it. As you go up the stairs, the master bedroom, along with a walk-in closet and an attached bathroom, fills the whole right side of the upper floor. At the top of the stairs, there's a bathroom, and to the left, there are 2 bedrooms and an upstairs lounge. I turned on the big screen and began watching the pre-game show. I was glad the game would keep me busy and help me not think too much. I wanted to be here mainly to show Katie that I was okay with this situation, so she wouldn't feel guilty as if they were sneaking around. No secrets, I thought. It was almost 8 o'clock when Katie came down to see me. She was wearing a simple summer dress that looked nice without needing too much makeup. You look nice. Can I have a taste? I said. You can have whatever you like, Mr. Johnson. I gave Katie a warm hug and a sweet kiss. This is your last chance before he arrives, I reminded her. I'm good, Katie. Enjoy yourself. Act as if I'm not downstairs, all right? Okay, I'll see you in about 2 hours. I love you, Greg. Only you forever. I love you too, Katie. I playfully tapped her on the back as she walked away, just as the doorbell rang. I grabbed a beer from the fridge and settled back to watch TV. I could hear Katie talking with Jake at the entrance. Then the front door closed, and everything fell silent as Katie likely led him upstairs. I felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation about what was happening. I didn't know how I truly felt. Part of me was relieved because if this worked out well for us, maybe I wouldn't have to worry about meeting Katie's needs all the time. It felt like I was passing that responsibility to Jake. On the other hand, I worried about what if she enjoyed it too much. What if she started needing Jake more and more? I also thought about how Katie might act with Jake. Would she be different with him? Would she enjoy things more and want them more often? I was about to find out, I guess. The game had just started. It was only 20 minutes since Katie had taken Jake upstairs when I suddenly heard what sounded like yelling coming from above. Curiosity got the better of me, so I muted the TV. There it was, I could hear Katie quite clearly. She was making noises that were much louder than what I was used to. It was surprising and a bit unsettling. She calmed down after a while, but I could still hear sounds that suggested they were really enjoying themselves. I decided to unmute the TV and focused on the game again. About 5 minutes later, I heard Katie yelling again. Once more, I muted the TV. Yes, she was definitely expressing herself again. I could still hear the rhythmic sounds from above, and I wondered how they were maintaining that energy. Katie had mentioned they used to spend a long time together, but hearing it was different than just talking about it. I returned to watching the game, but yet again, about 5 minutes later, I heard Katie's loud noises again. Could this go on all night? Would she be reacting like this every few minutes? What was Jake doing to get such a response from her? At this point, my curiosity was really getting to me, and I thought about sneaking up the stairs to take a look. I hesitated, though, unsure why I couldn't bring myself to do it. This was my house, after all. If I wanted to, I could go stand in the doorway and see for myself. I decided to focus back on the game. About 10 minutes later, I heard the familiar sounds coming from Katie upstairs again. It seemed they had been going for a while now, and I had heard her express herself at least 4 times. I had to give them credit. They were putting in a lot of effort, and the energy was impressive. Another 10 minutes went by, and I heard Katie again raising her voice. What was happening up there? It crossed my mind to check again, but I decided not to. Instead, I grabbed another drink from the fridge and settled back to watch the game, which was now close to halftime. Greg tried to focus on anything else, flipping through channels on mute. During halftime, he noticed silence from upstairs, assuming they'd taken a break. He thought to himself, well, I made it through half the game without losing its small victories. As the silence lingered, he heard Katie laughing faintly, followed shortly by a soft, rhythmic sound from upstairs. Realizing they had resumed, he felt conflicted, unsure whether to turn the volume up or leave it muted. Part of him wanted to block out the sounds, but his curiosity got the best of him. Sitting alone in the quiet downstairs, Greg felt drawn toward the staircase, almost unconsciously finding himself near the entryway, where the sounds from upstairs grew clearer. Each step closer allowed him to hear her voice and laughter more distinctly, their energy filling the quiet house. As he climbed a few more steps, he could hear snippets of conversation and laughter, the liveliness radiating from the room above. Pausing midway, he looked up toward the bedroom door, feeling a mixture of surprise and resignation. The sounds of joy and familiarity resonated, filling the space around him, and he realized this moment would likely stay with him for a long time. He turned back down the stairs, taking in the strange feeling of being so near yet distant, processing it all as best as he could. It was a strange and overwhelming feeling to see Katie, the woman I loved, so connected to someone else. Conflicted was probably the best word to describe my emotions caught between disbelief and fascination. What really struck me was Katie's energy and intensity. She moved with a force and confidence I hadn't seen before, clearly immersed in the moment. Jake, her partner, seemed equally engaged, matching her pace with a focused determination. Their movements were powerful, almost like a performance, and the connection between them felt like something beyond just physical effort. It was captivating to see this different side of her, one she'd never shared with me. I stayed rooted in place, not out of attraction or excitement, but out of curiosity. I wasn't reacting in any physical way. I wasn't feeling aroused. It was more like watching skilled dancers or athletes who'd reached some peak of performance. Katie was giving her all, and it left me astonished at her strength and intensity. She seemed to be in her element, her focus and commitment palpable, like she was embracing a part of herself fully. As I watched, I noticed the way she seemed so alive, unreserved. It felt both humbling and surprising, seeing her express herself in a way I hadn't known. I realized she was exploring something new, finding a depth within herself. It was a powerful sight, one I hadn't expected, and I found myself deeply reflective, seeing her this way. I turned back downstairs, feeling a complex mixture of emotions, awareness, curiosity, and a profound sense of change within our relationship. Watching from the stairs, I felt like I was seeing a different world, one I had never known Katie was part of. Her energy and laughter filled the room, and it was clear that she was fully in her element, enjoying herself without holding back. I couldn't believe what I was witnessing, and in a way it was almost surreal, like watching a high-level performance. After a few moments, I decided it was time to head back downstairs and leave them to their moment. I returned to my seat, turned the TV volume back up, and tried to focus on the game, though I could still faintly hear sounds from upstairs. My mind drifted to when I first started dating Katie. Back then, I had been so eager to impress her, to show her that I could be everything she needed. But sitting there, I realized just how much I hadn't understood. Katie had been part of a world I hadn't known about, one that probably explained a lot about the recent choices she'd made. I could understand better now why, after reconnecting with her past, it might have been hard for her to resist. Understanding didn't make it hurt any less, but at least I could see things a little more clearly. I thought to myself about setting new boundaries. The past had been complicated enough, and I knew that letting things go on like this too often wouldn't be something I could handle regularly. Maybe a once-a-month plan might work. I was pulled from my thoughts by Katie's happy cries. I couldn't keep track of how many times she had enjoyed herself. It was hard to count, just like she said. I watched the rest of the game, no longer muted. I didn't need to hear Katie celebrate again. I knew she would before the night ended. Later, as the game finished, I heard the front door open and close. I guessed that was Jake coming in. I decided to go upstairs to see Katie. As I climbed the stairs, I paused at the same spot I had before and peeked into our bedroom. Katie was still resting on the bed, looking very tired. She was lying on her back, and it was clear she had been through a lot. I stepped into the doorway of our bedroom. Katie appeared drained and covered in sweat, as if she had been caught in the rain. I walked over to the bed and looked down at her. She opened her eyes and smiled at me. "You really should take a long shower," I said. "I need a few minutes before I can get up, but I'll shower soon and make the bed." "How are you, Greg? Are we okay?" she asked. "We're okay, Katie. You might need some time to recover, though." This made her laugh and smile. "No, my poor self will need some rest." "Did you have a good time, Katie? It sounded like it from downstairs," I asked. "Yes, I did, thank you. Could you hear us from downstairs? You left the bedroom door open. I liked it that way. I wanted you to know what was happening. Well, it sounded like you enjoyed your evening." "You're not upset or anything?" she asked, looking a bit worried. "No, I'm fine. We can talk about it later if you want. Come on, let me help you get in the shower." I extended my hand to her. She took my hand and I led her to the bathroom and started the shower for her. As she stepped in, she turned to me. "Can you join me in a few minutes, Greg? I would love a hug," she said. "All right, let me go lock up and turn off everything downstairs, and I'll join you soon." After I finished downstairs, I went back upstairs and changed before getting into the shower with Katie. She was just finishing washing herself. I stood behind her, letting the water rinse off the soap. Even after a long night, she looked amazing. I'm sure I will always appreciate seeing Katie, even as we grow older. I hugged her from behind and took the soapy sponge to help wash her. "Hey, you can't just wash my favorite parts. If you're going to wash me, do the whole thing." So I cleaned her tummy, her thighs, her arms, her back, and down her legs. "There, you're all soapy now. Turn around to rinse off." She faced me, looking up with her bright gray eyes. Then she leaned in and hugged me tightly, resting her head on my shoulder. We stood there quietly for a few minutes. I then lifted her chin and kissed her gently. "How much did you hear, Greg? Every time you made a sound, you were pretty loud. Is that all? I could hear you and Jake moving around. Did you stay in the game room?" "Mostly, yes." She looked at me expectantly. "I might have stepped out for a moment to hear better." "When was that?" "Maybe after about an hour. You didn't come up the stairs, did you?" I started to think Katie had caught a glimpse and wanted me to tell her. I might have for a little while. "What did you see?" "You were on top with him." "How did it make you feel, seeing me with Jake?" "It was strange. I had mixed feelings. Like jealousy or hurt." "No, more like being a bit impressed, I guess. He has a big presence and you seemed happy with it. I also felt some respect." "I understand the first feeling. He is really impressive. But what do you mean by respect?" "Just by how well you were handling things. It reminded me of watching really skilled athletes." Katie laughed softly at that. "I'm not sure how to reply. That wasn't what I expected to hear from you." "What were you expecting? Just say it." "I was worried you might be upset or jealous." "No, I didn't feel angry or jealous at all." "Did you feel excited at all? Did you enjoy watching us?" "Not in the way you might think. I didn't feel that way. I was more amazed to see how well you two were together." "That didn't bother you, seeing how happy I was?" "Not while I was watching. But I did feel a bit down when I went back downstairs. I felt unsure if I could ever make you as happy as what I just saw. Sweetheart, don't think that. Do you know how many ways Jake is not as good as you? In every way except one. That's all he has. You have so much more. Remember that, Greg? Okay, I promise I will. Tell me, Katie, did you see me on the stairs? Katie giggled playfully. Yes. Did it make you happy to know I was watching you? Yes, very much. I hoped you would. Really, you wanted me to watch? Yes, it gave me a big thrill. I thought you might want to join in next time. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. Good. Take your time. By the way, Katie, did you spray me on purpose? Maybe. You cheeky one. I started to tickle Katie, and she giggled and squirmed. We ended up hugging and sharing sweet kisses. Long, gentle kisses, the best kind. Now I'm back where I started this story. I'm 28 years old and married to the same woman for the second time. I really love Katie, more than I thought possible after everything we've been through. It was a Friday night when Katie and I opened the door to our home. We had just come back from a few drinks with friends. It had been 3 weeks since we first met Jake, and we had agreed to see him once a month. We hadn't talked much about that first time since he left. We went upstairs to get ready for a shower after our night out. I can't believe Jane and Mark are engaged now, Greg. It's crazy that 2 more of our friends are together. Yeah, they looked so happy. Mark is really excited. They are good together. And what did you think of Sky's new boyfriend, Jackson? He seemed cool and really funny. I didn't know Sky liked that kind of guy. Did you know he was a football player? No, Sky just said he was good until injuries stopped him. I don't know if she likes football, but I think she will learn more now. He's also the first black guy I think she's ever dated. She looks really happy. She deserves it. I hope this relationship is better than the last one. Me too. Did you talk to Shani about her pregnancy? John didn't say much except that he can't wait to be a dad. She was really excited. She's going to be a wonderful mom. So will you, Katie. Are you still planning to start our family soon? Yes. We said 12 months, right? That's not far off. The more I think about it, the more I want a baby. I gave Katie a kiss and a hug as we headed into the shower. We started to wash ourselves, sharing soft touches. We haven't talked about next Friday yet. Are you still okay with having Jake over again? Yes, it's what we agreed to once a month. Are you still comfortable with that? Yes, that's more than enough for me. Can I ask you something, though, Greg? Sure, Katie. Anything you want. Except for a divorce. I'm not going to agree to that, you know. Don't joke about it, Greg. Katie playfully hit my chest and gave me a pout. All right. What did you want to ask me? Well, this is a bit hard for me to bring up. Just say it, Katie. You know we can talk about anything. I know, but I'm not sure you feel the same way about this. Katie, just say what's on your mind already. Remember when I asked you if seeing me with Jake excited you, if you enjoyed watching us? Yeah, I remember. Well, you said you weren't really interested in that. You didn't want to watch us. I was surprised at that moment, Katie. It was the first time I had seen you with someone else. I wasn't really thinking about it like that. Does that mean you could feel that way about it? I see where this is going, Katie. You want to talk about me being involved next time. You liked the idea of me watching, didn't you? Yes, I did. I find it thrilling, kind of like when I do something daring in public. Maybe Dr. Forsyth was right about me. You think? You like being the center of attention. You know people are looking at you and imagining things when you walk by. I notice how you flirt a little when we're out. You enjoy the spotlight, don't you? Okay, maybe just a little. So, what's your question, Katie? Are you asking if I want to watch next Friday? No, I'm asking if you would enjoy it, if you would feel something watching me. You want me to? Well, to take care of myself while watching you with Jake? Katie looked at me with that playful smile. She started to touch me as she asked, Yes, I want to see you do that while I'm with him. That's a big request, Katie. You're asking me to be in the same room with you two. I still haven't even met Jake, and now you want me to sit back while you're with him? It sounds different when you say it like that, Greg. Katie giggled, still playfully touching me. So, will you? Is that something you would do for me? Honestly, I'm not sure. That might be a bit much for me right now. How about we find a middle ground? What did you have in mind? Well, I think I should meet Jake eventually. So maybe this Friday I can meet him, and then you and he can have your time together. You don't want to watch? I didn't say that. I could come and go while you two are together. Greg and Katie shared a quiet moment, enjoying the warm water in the shower as they embraced, finding comfort in each other's closeness. I do want you to feel like you're part of it, Greg, Katie said softly. It means a lot to me. Greg looked at her thoughtfully. All right, he replied gently. I'll join you sometimes, maybe watch a little from the doorway. They both smiled, feeling reassured in the connection they had. Later, after getting out of the shower, they settled into bed for a calm evening, grateful for the openness they had shared. It was Friday night, and Jake would be arriving soon. Greg and Katie had decided that they would all meet in the games room so Greg and Jake could have a quick introduction. Katie had already explained to Jake that she wanted Greg to be comfortable, and Jake had agreed. Upstairs, Katie called out, "Greg, can you help me for a minute?" Greg found her in the closet, trying to tie the back of her dress. Here, let me get that for you, he said, tying the bow securely. Thanks. I've been struggling with this for 5 minutes. Katie smiled as he finished the knot. She looked lovely in a light apricot-colored dress, one of her favorite summer dresses. Greg teased, "Not sure why you're bothering. You know it won't stay on for long." Katie laughed. "Still, I like feeling nice." "Well, you look great," he said, giving her an encouraging smile. Katie turned to him, grateful. "Thank you, Greg. Are you all set for tonight? No second thoughts?" Greg nodded, feeling a mix of anticipation and a little nervousness. "I'm ready. Meeting him might be a bit awkward, though." Katie shrugged, smiling lightly. "I think we'll all be fine. He's easygoing." They both laughed, easing the moment, and headed downstairs together, each of them feeling supported and ready to take things one step at a time. In front of his brother, their girlfriends and friends, he liked to show off. "What about you? Did you not show off your good looks too?" "Not like that. He did leave the bedroom door slightly open sometimes. He would also leave it open when he went to the bathroom after, and I would be lying on the bed waiting for him. Sometimes people could see in or walk by the room. So now we know where your bold behavior comes from. My little Katie was quite the troublemaker in high school. I was a bit cheeky. Lucky you like that about me." I gave Katie a gentle kiss and smiled back at her. "Are you going to be a little mischievous tonight?" "Very mischievous. Just how you like." I returned downstairs just in time to catch the end of the pre-game show when the doorbell rang. I heard Katie come down the stairs and answer the door. "Greg, this is Jake. Jake, meet the man I love, my husband Greg." Jake stood with Katie just inside the doorway to the game room. He was tall, probably around 6'3", slim and fit with blue eyes and short curly blonde hair. I got up from the couch to greet him and we shook hands as Katie introduced us. "Hi, Jake. Nice to finally meet you." "Same here, Greg. Katie has told me so much about you over the years. It feels a bit strange to meet you for the first time. I feel like I know you already." "I hope she only mentioned the good things about me." I winked at Katie. "Yeah, she never said anything bad about you that I can remember." "Good. Well, this isn't awkward." And we all shared a small laugh about it. "Why don't you two go upstairs and enjoy yourselves? Katie said you might want to join us in your own way. Just wanted to say I'm fine with that. This is your house and your wife. Feel free to join us whenever you want." I nodded in agreement. "Come on, Jake, let's leave Greg to his football and head upstairs." Katie looked back at me and whispered, "See you soon." I settled back on the couch and focused on the start of the game, thinking about when I might join them. I figured I'd let them get started, maybe let Katie enjoy herself a bit before I went up. I grabbed a beer from the bar fridge and got comfy for the next 20 minutes. Before long, I heard Katie enjoying herself upstairs. I shook my head, knowing it was just the beginning. I kept watching the game. My team was already trailing and then made a mistake with the ball. I figured I might not watch the whole game anyway, so if they were losing, I would have a good reason to head upstairs. Soon after, I heard Katie again, clearly having another moment of pleasure. As if on cue, the other team scored immediately after. This was hard to watch. Greg took a deep breath, finished his drink, and made his way upstairs, feeling a mixture of nerves and curiosity. As he reached the top, he saw Katie looking directly at him, her expression inviting. She raised her hand and motioned him closer, a playful smile on her face. Greg walked up to the doorway, leaning against the frame as he met Katie's gaze. She gave him an encouraging nod, her eyes shining with warmth and trust. Greg felt himself relax as he stood there, simply observing the moment and feeling more connected to Katie in a way he hadn't expected. Katie, sensing his support, gave him a small smile. "Come closer, Greg," she said softly, reaching a hand toward him. Greg stepped forward, feeling comfortable in the shared moment, appreciative of Katie's openness. She continued to hold his gaze, her expression gentle and reassuring. "Greg, come sit with us," Jake suggested, his tone casual and inclusive. Katie looked at Greg, her eyes encouraging him. He nodded, grateful for the invitation and the ease with which they all shared the space. The moment felt surprisingly natural, and Greg felt a sense of calm acceptance as they shared a comfortable and supportive silence, each one feeling the importance of the trust between them. Greg felt a little hesitant but smiled at Katie's warm invitation. She patted the bed beside her, inviting him closer, and he walked over, standing by her side. Katie, relaxed and at ease, reached up and gently took his hand, letting him know that he was part of this moment too. As they shared a quiet look, Greg felt surprisingly comfortable. The three of them had found a calm understanding, and he felt included rather than out of place. He brushed a strand of hair from Katie's face, and she looked up at him with a grateful smile, her eyes showing appreciation for his presence. "Come here," she whispered, pulling him gently onto the bed. Greg leaned in, and they shared a gentle kiss. The moment was filled with trust, connection, and a sense of companionship that made Greg feel closer to Katie than ever. They sat together quietly for a while, each person at ease and aware of the supportive energy in the room. For Greg, it was an unexpected but comforting experience, a true moment of togetherness and acceptance, reinforcing the trust and openness they had built over time. The evening turned into one of warmth, shared companionship, and a renewed bond that Greg knew would remain with him. Greg and Jake shared a few lighthearted words, each trying to keep things relaxed. Jake, noticing the tension, joked, "No need to feel odd, man. We're all just here because Katie's incredible." Greg chuckled. "Right? She really does have a way of making things fun." Katie, amused by their banter, paused and looked up with a playful smile. "Can you two stop chatting? Just enjoy the moment." Jake laughed. All right. Focus on the moment, got it." He exchanged a friendly glance with Greg, both of them appreciating Katie's warm energy. As the three of them shared a few more laughs and lighthearted moments, Katie looked between them, grateful for the easy atmosphere. She gave Greg's hand a gentle squeeze, signaling her appreciation for his support. Jake, too, gave a nod of respect, and they continued in quiet companionship, each person grateful for the trust and ease they felt together. It was a night of simple connection and mutual understanding, reminding Greg how meaningful openness and trust could be. Greg watched Katie's expression, captivated by the emotions reflected in her face. She held his hand tightly, her fingers pressing into his, and he could sense the intensity of her feelings in that moment. As she came down from the peak of her emotions, she looked up into his eyes, sharing a quiet, understanding look. In that small exchange, there was a sense of connection and openness that needed no words. When they paused, Katie and Jake decided to take a quick break and freshen up. Greg used the time to go back downstairs, grabbing a drink and checking on the football game to gather his thoughts. As he sat alone, Greg reflected on how unexpected and surreal the evening had been. He couldn't have imagined, even a month ago, that he would find himself in this situation, one that felt so unique, yet strangely grounded in trust and understanding. The phrase Jake had used earlier echoed in his mind. Strange times, definitely. For Greg, the night was an eye-opener, a reminder of how much life could surprise him and how sharing in these moments, however unusual, had brought them all to a place of acceptance and mutual respect. As I turned to leave the bedroom, Katie, still standing beside the bed and about to head to the shower, called out, "You're coming back, right?" "Yes, maybe," I replied. "Go get cleaned up first. I'll probably pop back in later." Katie laughed. "I'm holding you to that. Don't forget I owe you that conversation we didn't finish." "All right, I'll be back. Now hurry and take that shower before you get anything on the carpet," I teased. glad that the lightheartedness made everything feel so normal and easy. It was surprising how quickly things had settled into a comfortable rhythm. I went downstairs, grabbed another drink, and checked the game score. It was halftime, and my team had come back strong in the second quarter. So far, it was turning out to be a pretty decent night. Sitting on the couch, I thought over what had happened upstairs. It felt natural, though I wondered if it would bring any changes to our relationship. But deep down, I knew I was happy with Katie just as things were, and I didn't want this to change the way we were together. As the game started up for the second half, I was surprised to see Katie in the doorway looking my way. "Are you coming back up soon?" "Katie," I smiled, "do you really need me there every minute? I'm sure you're having a good time without me." She gave a little shrug. "I was hoping you'd want to." "I enjoyed it," I said honestly, "but I don't need to be there the whole time. This evening is for you. I'll join you later, though." Katie hesitated but nodded. "All right, just making sure you're okay with everything." "I am," I reassured her. "Just relax, have fun, and I'll be up in a bit." Katie smiled and headed back upstairs, leaving me with the game. After about 20 minutes, with my team now in the lead, I figured I'd go back up and check in. This time I set my drink down and took a moment to collect myself. When I reached the room, Katie was at ease, laughing and enjoying herself. She looked over with a big smile. "Took you long enough," she teased. I simply nodded, feeling relaxed in the moment. The evening was turning into a mix of lightheartedness, trust, and companionship, exactly what I'd hoped it would be. I stood there, a bit confused, watching the woman I love as she was close to another man. I could see Katie start to move with more energy, even though everything seemed to be going well. She bit her lip and kept looking into my eyes, her breaths getting louder as she continued to press back against him. "That's it. Keep moving," Jake encouraged her as he matched her rhythm with his own. "I want to hear you enjoy this," he added, pushing for her to show more excitement. Katie started to close her eyes, clearly feeling the moment. Her body shook, and she let out soft sounds of pleasure as she buried her face into the bed. Then she looked back up at me, her focus still on my eyes. "Kiss me, please," she said, reaching out. I moved closer, kneeling at the edge of the bed. I held her face in my hands and kissed her. It was a difficult kiss, with Katie still responding to Jake's movements, but we shared a moment together. Even amidst the situation, the kiss was passionate. We tried to connect, but soon Jake's pace changed, making Katie break the kiss to lean down and moan. Just moments after her last big moment, she found herself feeling that way again. She reached for my hands, and I held them tightly as she went through the waves of feeling. After a moment, she pulled me in again for another kiss. Then she turned to Jake and asked him to change positions. He moved her gently while pushing inside her again. From where I was, I could see how everything worked together, and it felt strange to witness. Katie turned her head slightly to look at me, holding out her hand again. I leaned in for another kiss, whispering to her softly during the moment. "How does that feel?" I asked. "Oh yes, it feels amazing," she replied with a smile. Katie turned to me, a look of excitement and warmth in her eyes. She reached up to give me a soft kiss and then looked at me with her usual playful smirk. "Are you really here with me, Greg?" she whispered. I smiled back, nodding, letting her know that I was present and part of this moment with her. As I held her hand, she laughed and teased, "You make everything feel so right." She was visibly happy, and I felt grateful to be a part of her joy. We stayed there for a while, simply enjoying the connection and warmth between us. The experience was new, but it was rooted in trust and openness, a shared understanding that left us both feeling closer. I knew then that no matter how different this evening had been, it had brought us a deeper bond and mutual respect. After the evening's events, Katie lay back on the bed with a tired but happy look. We exchanged quiet smiles, taking in how unexpected yet surprisingly comfortable the evening had turned out to be. "That was a pretty unique experience," I admitted, chuckling a little. Katie laughed softly. "You're telling me. I had no idea it would be this comfortable for everyone. I didn't think we'd actually enjoy ourselves this much." "Neither did I, honestly, but here we are, and it turned out all right?" Katie leaned over, her eyes bright. "Thank you for being here with me tonight. I know it was different, but it meant a lot." I gave her a light squeeze on the shoulder. "It was different, yeah, But I really did enjoy it too. This whole thing felt open and surprisingly easy. We shared a moment of quiet understanding, both relieved and pleased with how naturally everything unfolded. The night had been new and unexpected, but somehow it brought us closer, building a new layer of trust and openness. That's hard to pretend, I said. Yeah, it was surprising for me too. I almost choked. I can't believe I was having such strong feelings at the same time, Katie replied. She then took a drink of water and playfully squirted it at me. Hey, what was that for? I asked, laughing. Just wanted to share the fun, she said with a giggle as she hugged me. You really are quite playful, aren't you? I had no idea you could be so cheeky after all this time together, I said. Really, we always enjoyed ourselves. I'm still me with you, Katie said. I don't know, maybe you just needed some time to feel comfortable to show that side of you, I suggested. Katie smiled and leaned against me. I think my time with Jake was about having fun without deeper feelings. But with you, I love you, so I always wanted our moments together to mean something special, she explained. Maybe so, but I like this side of you, and I hope it stays. Okay, Katie? I said. Whatever you want, she replied, smiling. We exchanged a long, sweet kiss. After everything we had been through, the heartache, my past relationships, her struggles, we were together and more in love than I ever imagined. I truly loved Katie with all my heart, and she loved me too. A few months later, Katie decided to stop taking her birth control, and we found out we were expecting our first child. We were excited about the future, maybe 2 or 3 kids, but we hadn't made up our minds yet. Life was moving forward, and because we chose to trust each other again, we were making things work. We couldn't be happier. Hey everyone! Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you won't miss any of the exciting stories we have coming up. What do you think about the characters in this story? Let us know in the comments. We'd love to hear from you.